Hello, YouTube chat. If you are not coming here from Discord or anything, then just make it clear that Hamil's not going to be here for like an hour. Is Zorbus still climbing onto your desk? No. Did it already happen last stream when I said that Zorbus broke my screen? I don't remember if that happened already or not. I don't remember when that happened anymore. It's all such a blur. There's a big crack in my right monitor now. Oh, that's right, because I mentioned that Zorbus cracked my monitor, and I remember Frosty going, he cracked it? Because he's a fucking goon cell, dude. Hang on, let me put this B-movie script thing into an end real quick. There we go. The title promised me something, but I don't see him. Yeah, you have to wait a whole hour, dude. 5 hours stream inbound? I hope not. Jesus Christ. How are you? I'm doing alright, Julius Jaculius. Thank you for asking. I know you're going through some things right now, so I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to pull out your Google Pixel. How could you give the episode a 10? You're supposed to be a hater? I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's been a good core, man. It's not like I haven't had my issues with it, you know? The main difference is that I stopped posting my issues really on Twitter for the most part. So that's kind of fixed it. If I have any issues, I save it for the stream, you know? It has been kind of funny though, because the past 2 episodes I've been on like the opposite end of the spectrum. Like people on my Discord have been like, this didn't really hit for me, and I'm like, damn, I don't know, it was a good episode, man. What is really funny though is seeing like all of the people on Twitter say that this episode had pacing issues. And it makes me like, I sit back and I wonder like, damn, are these the same people that gas Season 3? I have to wonder. Would you give a core 1 like an 8 out of 10 in terms of adaptation? That's the number Jordan asked me today, yeah. It was like, what number do you give core 1? And I hadn't thought about it yet, so I was like, maybe an 8? I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. I was wondering if you have any interest in making a video about series like Black Clover or Demon Slayer? No, not really. Sorry. Black Clover I read 100 chapters of and I dropped, and Demon Slayer I watched 2 seasons of, and then I never went back. Does Ep had pacing issues? What? I don't... because obviously I'm not the type of beast to tell people like they're wrong for feeling a certain way about fiction or whatever. But to me it doesn't make sense. Because I think like these past 3 episodes have been some of like the, in terms of like page count or whatever, maybe it's word count, I don't remember. Like the slowest paced episodes of the season. And maybe some of the slowest in season 3? I'd have to ask my goat Flap about that one. He knows, he keeps track of that stuff. So I'm a little surprised, I guess. The only thing that I would say feels like it was kind of fast was the Julius and Reed section. That's because like literally like 70% of it was removed, so that kind of makes sense. I assume since Hamill's joining, we won't have a novel discussion afterwards, right? I wasn't gonna have one either way because I am caught up now, but I don't want to be doing this all day. Bro, if Subaru was gay, who would you shipped him with? What do you mean if? Why was the scorpion so small? I mean, I don't know. They're probably just gonna change the size of the scorpion whenever they want to. Because it's not real, you know? So how's it going trying to rectify reaction channel misinformation? It's going pretty good because I'm not doing it, you know what I'm saying? It sucks that they gotta deal with that, but, you know. I don't watch reaction channels, you guys gotta fix that shit yourself, not me. How's the Hunter x Hunter experience been for you? It's been alright. Put the scorpion claw where Jordan spawns it and have it explode immediately. Yo, I should ask Caper if I could edit the Barney and I can have like his jacket all like singed and fucked up. That would be awesome. I'm sorry about the stream that's a little bit later today. When Hamill came on last time, I think he came on at like 6 in the morning, and now he wants to come on at 7 in the morning, because, you know, 6 in the morning is pretty fucking early. So, I was like, well, I'll just push the stream 30 minutes so that I don't have to sit here and, like, cover dead air for like an hour and a half. 6, 7. Why didn't it clap? Guys? Oh, it's because it's not listening to my voice. Hang on. There we go. 6, 7. Oh no. 6, 7? Yes! There we go. There we go. RayZero overtook Hunter x Hunter on my anime list? Well, my anime list shit's all made up anyway, so don't worry about that. Why are we 6, 7ing? Why do you breathe, you know? Why does the sun rise every morning? That's just what happens. Yeah, a lot of people have a lot of issues with this episode that I did not personally have. I guess it is what it is. Wouldn't be the first time I'm on the opposite side of public opinion, so can't say. Can't say I'm not used to it, although I can say I'm not exactly used to being on this side, to be honest with you. Gonna miss the streams for the next 2 months, man. Already mourning them. It's like I can still hear Haas's voice now. Thank you for the 7 months. I mean, I wouldn't mind like streaming even if it's not an episode week. I just don't know like what I would do. That's like the issue. Like YouTube streams, you feel a little more forced to make streams have like a theme. You know what I mean? You don't really have that same expectation if you're like on Twitch or whatever. I could stream on Twitch more. I said I was gonna do it the past week, but then I came to the. I was like, there was a couple times where I was seconds away from it, and I was like, meh, never mind. I don't feel like it. I think people are comparing this episode to From Zero, where Rem and Subaru's dialogue took up the entire episode rather than just around 6-7 minutes in the anime. I do, yeah, some people are trying to compare this to like From Zero or Parent to Child. And no. I like the episode, don't get me wrong, but not all tens are created equal. Is Twitter really that split on the episode? I don't know if Twitter is. But, like, Discord communities are, yeah, for sure. 6-7. Roku Nana. I love the stream upgrade so much. Yeah, I haven't added any in a couple weeks because I'm out of ideas already. Well, that's not true, actually. I have a couple ideas written down. I just haven't, like, done them. Is the final episode of the season? No, just the core. It'll be back in August. I kid you not, there's an animator called Hoodie Boy in the credits. Yeah, he was in season 3 too. He did the, Invisible Providence cut, right? Somebody can check me on that. Maybe I'm stupid. What's up, Senbashi? Also, what are your plans in the anime hiatus? Probably eat food and hang out and chill, yeah. I don't know. Hopefully keep my heart beating. That'd be cool. Was the light novel better than the anime? The answer to this question, 99% of the time, is yes. I hope they update my prescription, or renew my prescription. Oh, you guys remember how last week I was complaining about how no matter what music I use, I get copyright striked, and I was like, maybe I just shouldn't use music, but then I decided to put on the Silent Hill 2 OST? Yeah, I got copyright claimed by some random guy. And I had to file a claim again, or a counterclaim again. I remember you mentioning wanting to make a new anime-only safe Subaru video which covers stuff in the season 2. Is it going to be coming during the break or after the season ends? I have considered making some stuff during the break, but then I go like, well, fuck. Like, I have so much better material if I just wait for the season to end, you know what I mean? So... So, I don't know, man. I have a video coming out tomorrow that novel readers can watch. Anime only is not invited, sorry. Oh, Garkar, hello. But yeah, I was thinking about, oh man, maybe a video on like Amnesia plotlines would be cool. But then I'm like, well fuck, I should just wait for Core 2. And I'm like, oh, maybe a Subaru video would be cool. Ah fuck, I should just wait for Core 2. I think I'm just sadly gonna wait for Core 2. I'm gonna be in the Core 2 cuck chair. Why wasn't Charlotte in this episode? I don't know, man. What are you gonna talk to Hamil today? I assume you meant what am I going to talk to him about. I'm probably going to ask him how his day was. Ask him what he had for breakfast this morning. And then... Probably not going to ask him anything boring like animation. That'd be stupid. And then he can, like, get off if he wants to. It's fine. To no one's surprise, I'm not really like an animation head, so I assume most Sakuga-related questions will probably be coming from chat. Shala wasn't in the episode and Asa gave it a 10. Coincidence or not? Not a coincidence, no. Go ahead and jot that one down. You're gonna let him get off on stream? I mean, yeah. He can do whatever he wants. You think the anime has made Charlotte more likable? Yeah, for sure. Anime effect goes crazy. Jordan's gonna try and convince him to join the New World Trigger. I hope he has a good time. I know, some people wanted me to talk, or to ask Hamwell about his work on, Julius Named. So we could probably do that. Which OST was your favorite in Season 4 so far? I don't really have one. I'm not much of like an OST or music guy. Like every fucking guy in my Discord apparently like knows all the OST names and all the songs off the top of their head. I don't know any of them. People always talk about like Tact of Heroes, is that what it's called? I don't know what that is. Like I'm sure if I listened to it, it would come to me, but like I don't off rip? I don't know what that is. Emmy cute or Emmy wow? You know, I'm not sure. I don't even know what Emmy wow is. Did you notice the throwback songs in this episode though? Probably not all of them if there was more than the two that everyone talks about. Also, are your super chat recommendation offers still up? For like me reading stuff? Yeah. Music is like half the keynote. Not for a beast like me, man. My eyes are doing all the work. I love watching. Animation, I'm not much of an animation head. Music, I don't know the OST. Well, damn, I'm starting to think this guy likes reading. It's true, I do, yeah. Pretty fire. There's a reason why whenever I start a series, I'd read the manga. I was getting a lot of grief for that because I'm reading Hunter x Hunter and not watching it. Have the audio-visual medium lost on this guy. I mean, like, you know, I can hear. I think. And, like, I can hear it and I can be like, oh, that sounds cool. But I'm not gonna remember it. I don't know why, I, like, don't really remember OSTs. Will there be a section at the end of the stream for the new WCT chapters? Probably not, no. It is unlikely, because I would rather not be here for, like, 6 hours. Words me likey? Dude, I love words. Words are fucking awesome. You gotta get Hamill to animate an opening for your channel. I think that guy's got other stuff going on, unfortunately. Also, I don't think people do channel openings anymore. I don't think it's... I think that's like a 2016 and before thing. This boomer still reads manga instead of watching TikTok edits. I got a ReZero TikTok the other day. Oh my god, I had to scroll so fast. It scared the shit out of me, dude. Not interested. Anytime anything anime related, like, gets on my TikTok, I scroll as fast as possible because I am not interested. But I have to admit, because it was ReZero, I got stun locked for like a quarter of a second. Or just like I didn't expect it. What do you watch on TikTok also? I like videos of cats being silly. I love kitty cats. I also like sketches. Like that's a bad idea, guys, and stuff like that. Sometimes I get what's his name? Kendall Parker or whatever. That guy's a fucking freak. Holy Reddit wholesome chungus. What's the alternative? Listening to my own voice in Todd edits? I think I'm good, man. I think I'm gonna stick to the... I think I'm gonna stick to the cat videos, bro. If I ever get a TikTok with my voice in it, I might end my life on the spot. Just to be transparent with you. Someone commented on the episode 11 video today. It was like, "Oh my god, you're the you're the axe guy." All right, man. I guess. Okay, also I'll read your Book of the Dead and take your place. Most boring Book of the Dead of all time. I mean, to be honest with you, there's worse legacies to have, so I'm not like that upset. I mean, like I said last week, the only thing I don't like about Axe Guy is the AI shit. Person reading my Book of the Dead suffering through 10 years of office work. Person reading my Book of the Dead suffering through 20 years of unmedicated, undiagnosed ADHD and like not knowing when does it end? When does he start doing things? I know you said you weren't a music guy, but when Stay Alive hit at the end of the episode, I lost my fucking mind. It was super kino. Thank you for the 1 month, Starkey. No, I agree. I mean, that's like one of those things. It's a lot easier to notice, right? Even a beast like me. Even a beast like me picked up on the Styx Helix piano, bro. And I don't even know what's going on. ReZero TikTok is like 3/4 AI sludge. Yeah, it's really bad, dude. And I'm not like in other fandoms enough to like really know if other fandoms have this issue too. But like ReZero's fandom has really embraced AI. To like a disturbing extent. Skyward Sword OST Kino, thank you Mr. Ratha. You're welcome, I ran out of ideas. I'm actually thinking of reading the novel before the second core comes out. I'm an anime only though. Do you think that's a good idea or should I just wait? If you want to watch the anime and have like a good time, don't read. My suggestion. If you want to have a great time, you should read though. We gotta convince Jordan that Schultz appeared as Subaru's memories when they were falling. We'll see what we can do, okay? Thank you for the 1 month Raptor Searched. Dude, I had people in my Discord predicting that this video was gonna, like, settle at like 100,000 views. And it can't even get past the Aura Monster video. Like, it's doing, like, really well. It's doing better than, 10 or 9 other episode videos. But, you know, than the Aura Monster in the room. Are you doing that Schult thing you planned? I don't remember what I planned, to be honest with you, so no. I probably offhandedly mentioned it in Discord and forgot instantaneously. You want us to refresh the video until it reaches higher views? No, I'm sorry, YouTube can detect that. Today he can stay purple. Darkheart doesn't feel like typing making blue like 100 times. Is there a question you want to ask Campbell you didn't get to ask last time? No, I think I asked him pretty much mostly what I wanted to ask him. Although I'm not like I'm not a type of beast to like formulate a bunch of questions ahead of time. I usually just like figure it out in the moment. Did you block me because I mentioned the possibility of either Styx Helix or Stay Alive playing based on the squares that the donut posted? I literally just repeated what I saw others pointing out. I literally just repeated what I saw other people pointing out. That happened after the leaks I saw. We need to go back to embedding invisible YouTube videos into web pages so it generates views in the background. That shit was so nasty. They were fucking Twitch up with that for a long time too. That was like that was legal view botting for a while. That shit was hella funny. Will Hamill get to pick an office item? I mean, if he wants to. I hope he doesn't pick one that's too powerful. I wonder if we can get Top 8 to watch your stream somehow. He's not gonna understand a fucking thing I'm saying. Although, you know, every like 3 hours between the noise that he can't understand, when I hit like a Roku Nana, he'll be like, oh shit! Wait, I know that one. And that's when the true connection between him and I will form. Have you watched Backrooms? No. I didn't feel like it. Can we put Danger on trial after Court 2? He's gonna be on a lot worse than just trial, buddy. I didn't even know Styx Helix was playing. I only saw something about Stay Alive, and then I saw people talking about how both songs fit into the square, so I asked my followers what they thought. Oh, so you weren't speculating. You knew. You knew at least one thing, and you were trying to be clever. And by trying to be clever, you leaked being charitable at least half of it. What do you think of the possibility of the Blu-ray of Season 4 re-adding content cut from the TV broadcast? I don't think they really do that, do they? I mean, I guess there's always a first, right? But I don't think there's really a precedent for that. What did Joncho do? Joncho's bright fucking idea was during a week in which somehow every leaker on the planet had come to an agreement to not leak anything about episode 11. so that they can experience it authentically and genuinely for the first time. Jonjo's bright idea was to find Chinese leaks and bring them to the attention of Witchcult Translation's Discord server and then talk about them. And then, quote-unquote, speculate. Wow. I wonder if Stay Alive is in the ending. Just being an all-around fucking jackass, if you ask me. We had a good thing going, you know? Unfortunately, in the final hours before the episode aired, a lot of people were spoiled by Joncho's post, and also, at least allegedly, I didn't see the replies that they're talking about, allegedly replies to Joncho as well, so... Also, hang on, Jordan asked me to tweet the stream out so he can share it. One sec. In about 30 minutes or so. Come on through, smiley face. Okay. Tweet is up. Don't really care about it though. I didn't mention any leaks on Twitter. Incorrect buzzer. You mentioned Stay Alive. And you also admitted in this very chat that you knew full well that it was leaked and you already knew that it was out. So again, like I said earlier, you were playing coy. Trying to pretend that I'm just speculating. I'm just speculating. And no, you weren't. I mean, I didn't say that I had leaks on Twitter. Alright, man. Okay, man. Think of it this way, bro. People were aware that leaks came out. And then, suddenly, LARPin' Joncho, Jerkin' Joncho had to come out. And, the number one suspect for the guy that'll ever shut the fuck up in his entire life, guess what? Didn't shut the fuck up. So, people put two and two together that you pretty much leaked it. Nobody thought you were speculating. Everyone pretty much assumed that you spoiled them, because you did. So yes, that is why I blocked you. Because I think that was a really fucking terrible and shitty thing to do. Not including the, the WCT bringing leaks to everyone's attention bullshit. I tried, man. As for this episode made me cry at work, I hope it did the same for Jordan. I don't know if Jordan's a crier. I actually don't know. I was moved though. It was a great episode. It was tear-jerking. True! Oh my god, dude. This fucking guy, man. No way. Now Zorbus is meowing, dude. Look what you did, Jordan. Now look what you did, man. Oh, Jesus. I can't keep track of what's happening. Jordan, the 50. The 50 gifted. Oh my god. This is gonna help pay the electric bill, man. During the 2 months of no episodes. Are we going to hear all 50 Vine Booms? Yeah. Yeah, you are. I saw your message, LMP, don't worry. I saw it through the machine gun. Had 2 ReZero friends over and 1 non-ReZero friend over. The ReZero friends were all in tears and the non-ReZero friend took his leave when he saw this ReZero episode. Shit was serious. Thank you, Jordan. 50 big booms, bro. Jordan, do you just want to come on at the same time as Hamil in like 25, 30 minutes? Something like that. Whenever he's on. You can wait? Okay, cool. Is there some literary reason why Arinda keeps losing her legs? No, but I do appreciate you trying to find one. I do appreciate that. Do you think the episodes of Core 2 will all be 30 minutes long? No. I don't have a reason to believe that. It's not, I'm not like, you know, it's not like an insider information thing, I don't have any reason to believe that. A reason to believe, huh? I was waiting for someone to say it, man. Yeah, I gotta watch the dub for season 4 at some point.
Remember to ask Hamil to add 1 to the office smile.
Yeah. Do you think Volume 24 will be 3 or 4 episodes? I've always thought just 4. I don't think they're gonna do 3 for Volume 24. I know that's like the cope, but I've had no... Sorry to say it again. I've had no reason to believe that it would ever be 3. Maybe a Season 5 adaptation isn't such a long shot after all? Okay, well, to be fair, it never was. Season 5 was always happening. About 24, 6 or 7 episodes? Yes, dude. See, there was the or in between, so it didn't play the clapping. 6, 7. There we go. Are you confident they can fit Volume 24 and 25 into 8 episodes? No. But, it's gonna happen. Probably. So. Did you cry harder on chapter 54 or the end of the arc? I didn't cry on either of them, so unfortunately I can't play this game. If there's another 4-year gap for season 5, ReZero's is finished, man. Thoughts on the second core key visual? Surprisingly, controversially, I am not a fan of it. I thought other people would agree with me. Apparently they don't. I don't think the key visual is very good at all. What media has made you cry? If any else, nothing. Sorry. What's my favorite episode of season 4? Episode 11. Will White Fox be around in 5 years? I hope so, because they just got bought out by Alpha Polis. Do you think if it wasn't for Amelia, Satella would have let him die permanently? No. I mean, she gave him the authority to begin with, right? Or at least we assume, anyway. So that he can't die. Do you think Arc 5 needs a re-adaptation? No, I think it's a waste of resources. I'd rather than just keep going. Would you buy White Fox stocks? Probably not. Hey, I've been wondering about the power scaling between the Isekai Quartet. Okay. Did you guys see that the ReZero is like number 4 on my enemy list or whatever? Jesus Christ. We're gonna get the 4th Reich on us any second now, dude. What are you watching next season? Probably some Northern Lion. There's for sure gonna be at least a year-long gap. A year-long gap is expected. But if we do another 4 years, then I don't think there's any point. Northern Lion like the streamer? Yeah. One thing I didn't like is that they didn't end the episode with Subaru saying he'll kill this Natsuki Subaru and reclaim the real one. I agree, yeah. Not my favorite way to end it, but it's fine. What is the boom sound effect? It's just like a thing that happens. You just gotta ignore it and it'll go away eventually. Apparently, I don't watch anime reactors, so I don't really have to confront this issue. But apparently, like, every reactor is getting confused by the "I'm back" line, and thinks that his memories are back. I thought that too, but I watched your video. Damn. Really common, huh? Honestly, the line you mentioned being cut at the end kind of flips a lot of things about the episode around in my head. I agree. I mean, you probably watched my video, right? So you probably already know what I think about it. But I think it's, like, really big for, like, recontextualizing this quote-unquote triumphant episode. It makes you go like, oh shit. A little bit darker than I thought. I'm not sure, maybe people think his memories got back. People think it because, I assume it's because he's falling into the hole of, like, Nubaru's memories flashing. And some people might not realize that those are only, like, Nubaru's memories and not Subaru's. And then the line he says when he comes back is like, I'm back. Did anyone yap for ages again? Also, it seems my comments of the last two did end up going through. Wait, really? If you could pick one thing from ReZero to be re-added, what would you pick? I don't know, man. The list is like too long. I don't have it in front of me either, so I don't know if I can pick the best one. I said it on the video, but the moon video was gas. I'm glad to, dude. People are fucking with the moon video heavy. And like, I think I got 14 YouTube memberships so people could watch the moon video. I was like, holy fuck. People want the moon video so bad. I don't really delete comments, Jackal. So it wouldn't have been me. I only delete comments if they're like psychotic. What track is this? If you're talking about the one right now, this is Tension, Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. If you're talking about the previous one, that was the Wing Ceremony Ritual. Unfortunately, I had to tap out of the moon video once I saw the Arc 10 spoiler tag. Yeah, sorry. The people yearn for ReZero theory content, man. They're tired of the 13th Subaru equals Flugal or Al equals Subaru video. Bro, I just realized I can watch the moon vid now. Thanks, Jordan. I'm gonna be real, your vids with the Final Fantasy XIV OST are cracked, man. Keep up the good work. The Final Fantasy XIV OST, bro, I keep some of it in my back pocket for when I know those emotional moments I gotta hit, bro. Oh my goodness. So you do know Final Fantasy XIV, Ball? I've played it. 5 more people can watch the moon video. I hope you guys enjoy the moon video. Assuming you're not anime onlys who can't watch it. When are we getting the Electoral College Royal Selection map? That would be fucking awesome, dude. I do want to make oh, and again, just to clarify to people, I'm not gonna talk about novel content, so you don't have to worry about getting spoiled. I do want to make an Arc 10 Phase 2 kind of theory video, but I'm gonna give it just a little bit more time. Since the volume just came out, probably should just wait for that content to be translated. By the way, I want to mention, your narration during this episode video was so great, also especially during the Amelia Subaru talk at the end. I'm glad you guys have enjoyed it. I try, because, you know, I don't like making recap content. I make the recap content that I do because it does exceptionally well, unfortunately. So in my mind, I'm like, if I'm gonna make recap content, I might as well, like, try a little bit, you know what I mean? I might as well put a little bit of fucking effort into it. So I try to take effort with, like, the music choices, the narration, some of the dialogue reads. I can't do too much about the visuals because I'm kind of on a tight clock to get the videos out. And also I don't want to get copyright striked, so... I've never really liked the episode videos as like a creation. But I mean, at some point I would just feel like a fucking idiot for not making them, you know what I mean? Thought you were the I won't wait guy? Yeah, that's me. I'm still halfway through Arc 7, but I shall watch the Moon video regardless. Okay. If you want to. When did you get into ReZero? I started it shortly after Season 2 ended, I think. Are ReZero OSTs bad for copyright? Yeah. Yeah. I used to use them in like my really, really, really old videos. Because I was back before I was monetized, so I didn't give a shit. But now this like this whole little YouTube thing pays for everything that I have, so gotta care a little bit. Do we have enough memberships for more emotes? So YouTube is telling me that we need 13 more, but that also could be wrong. Like, somebody could give 13, and then it could say, okay, now you need 20. So, it doesn't tell me, like, in total how many we need. Six plus 7? 6, 7. How do you exactly live off ReZero content and not have another job? I mean, I had another job for most of it. So, I got laid off in April. And then, no, I got laid off in March. And then the season started, so I was like, well, I guess I'm not doing anything else. I was like, I came really close this time to not doing episode videos. I also wasn't medicated yet, which didn't help. But I came really close to not doing episode videos. And then I got laid off, and I was like, well, not doing anything else, I guess. Thanks for the 2 jewels? Whatever that means. I don't know, is it like 2 cents? I don't know what that is. Thanks, though. No, they were free? What does it do then? I don't understand. I don't understand. We should be approaching the time for Jordan and Hamill to appear. I think so, anyway. Hopefully I'm not an idiot. I am looking forward to it. Are you gay? Who just sits down and starts a conversation like that? Do you ever get sponsorships for your videos? Nope. I do not. That'd be cool if I did. But, no. What's Hamill gonna talk about this time? Did he work on this episode? I don't think he worked on this episode. I think he just wants to hang out. That's all sponsor you, I'll pay you in high fives. Bro. That would be awesome if that paid my electric bill. You gonna ask Hamill for a drawing this time? Definitely no. Oh my goodness. What's with Twitter beef? Oh, it's Gator Senju on his alt account. Hey man, what's up? You probably shouldn't have Gator in your name if you're gonna do the whole alternate account thing. Which makes it funnier, because I'm also, like, positive that I saw a comment from Gator Kai. And in my mind, I'm like, isn't this just Gator Senju? Leaving, it was like a hate comment, by the way. It was being like a actual freak. And I was like, I'm pretty sure it's a Gator Senju on it all, but I can't prove it. So I'm just gonna like leave it alone. Lo and behold. Also, someone before mentioned not even Raid. The answer is yes, actually, Raid did reach out to me many years ago to sponsor me. It didn't happen though. And then later, many years later, I learned that something about them in the IDF, I don't remember what it is. So I probably wouldn't accept it anymore either. Why are people coming to 1v1 live on stream? I don't know, it's been happening a lot recently, man. A lot of people have like just been talking shit for like no particular reason. Like Jake's the other day in WCT was like, I barely upload once a week and I still get more monthly views than Asaretha. And he also apparently tried to pretend that he didn't even know who I was. And then I looked on Social Blade and it's not true, by the way. So, that's interesting. But it was completely unprompted. Not like I was talking about Jake's. And then Gator Senju started having like a fucking meltdown. I don't know what happened. About me not hating gay people, I guess. He started losing his fucking mind. I didn't even talk to the guy. Why do you have beef with like every ReZero creator? See, I don't know because I don't talk to them. I don't know. I need it to be understood that like I have not instigated any of this. I really haven't. I was watching the previous episode streams VOD and there was the one guy who kept coming back to tell you about how you can't criticize because you're not a professional writer. I know, dude. I just kept hitting him with, well, you can't criticize me because you're not a professional YouTuber. And, like, it short-circuited his brain. He was not prepared to be hit with, like, an equally as stupid argument. Dio is chill? This is true. Dio is chill. Dio does not hate me. I think Dio, like, DM'd me, like, 15 minutes ago, too, so... Ellen Historian, he's chill. I don't really know much about him. I don't really talk to him. Barney Slayer, kind of the same. I don't really know much about him. You're supposed to play into the drama for viewership, then DM them. We're just joking, right? And that's kind of what it seems is like. What's happening is that. Well, I don't know about Gator Senju. He might have just lost his fucking mind, but like, it feels like Jakes is just like kind of like spiraling. Because he's coming to the conclusion that everybody on ReZero Twitter and YouTube is like doing better things than him, and he's like really mad about it. So he's just trying to like get views wherever he can. Hundred is pretty chill. I've never talked to him. I don't really know anything about him. Yeah, Dio's a cool guy. We don't agree on everything, but that's only natural, right? What's important is that Dio is someone who knows how to be normal about it. Which is not a bar a lot of people can meet, apparently. It makes sense though, because Dio is unk like me. I may be stupid, but at the end of the most recent episode, Subaru didn't regain his memories, right? He did not know. The anime kind of makes it seem like he did, but he did not. You could tell that Jakes was insecure as fuck, man, about Garkar's video doing as well as it did, and like making the ripples it did in the community. Because he was like trying to LARP about how it was like a bad theory or whatever, with no substantiation. And it was very obvious he was just really mad that Garkar got a lot of respect for that video. It was a great video, by the way, Garkar. Hamil said he's 5 minutes out, dude. Let's go. Garkar's vid's so good at I have to call it anytime I see people try to pass off his theory as their own in TikTok. Does that really happen? The hell? It happens for every theory, I'm sure. Except for mine, because people think they suck so bad that they don't want them. I hope they change the OP visuals for Core 2. Does he know, question mark? It's happened like 4 times, not including comments, they just don't credit him. That's crazy. Wow. Theory's so good I had to tag you on Twitter just in case you somehow didn't know about it. That shit was so funny. I saw that tag on Twitter and I was like, that's funny. Garkar basically like outlined the theory in my DMs, essentially. Garkar and our Discord DMs are effectively like notepads. We just like DM each other random shit. And then maybe it like formulates into something coherent in like a week or two. And it's also really funny because Garkar will DM me and he's in Japan, so like I'll wake up to like 15 DMs and I'll read them and I'll be like barely awake, so I'll just reply like damn. Cause I'm like not conscious yet. I'm like that's crazy, man. And then I assume it's similar to him, or for him, I DM him and it's like fucking 2 in the morning in Japan or some shit. But yeah, I'm hoping this is the start of me making more theory-based videos or narrative videos. There was just a long time where I couldn't do anything, but now I have funny magical pill that fixes me. Oh my god, I don't know what that means, but thanks, man. Thanks for 200 jewels, question mark? Thanks, buddy. What do jewels even do? I have no idea. I don't know. Feels nice when people are actually doing theories and analysis of ReZero instead of just drama farming and such. I've talked about it in a few streams now. I feel like the ReZero fandom has been kind of stagnant for a while. Happy poop, man. Thank you. Thank you for the happy poop, brother. Yeah, I feel like the ReZero community has been stagnant for a long time. And I mean, like, the second you try to do anything that's different from the norm, you get, like, effectively harassed. I made my, like, I was on the front lines of, Ow doesn't equal Subaru theory crafting. And Jesus Christ, dude. The shit that I got was nuts. Sentenced to another 10 years of, I don't know, Rem versus Amelia bullshit and, the same theories. Thanks for the chili, man. Are people really that aggressive when it comes to theories? Yeah, man. It got really crazy a year or two ago. How long before you disable Jules? I don't know if I can. But it's also inspiring to have people like Garkar come on the scene, you know? I think Garkar's video might have kicked a lot of people in the ass and realized that there's a lot more going on than what people talk about. The video of yours about the moon was gas, by the way, King. Made me appreciate how dynamic ReZero is and how there really is so much mysterious shit we don't know about. I talk about a lot of crazy bullshit in that moon video, but I think it's fun. I hope people have a good time with it when it comes out tomorrow. Shameless plug. Smile. Oh my goodness.
I usually save the VOD to listen at work, but I'm dropping by briefly for this masterpiece. The EP made me cry near the end. Stay Alive took me by surprise. I'm glad I didn't see it coming. Love the vids, Asa.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. I'm glad that you didn't get spoiled on the two big surprises. Thanks for 20 jewels, by the way, I guess? I don't know. I don't fucking know. It also doesn't help that, like, 70% of this community, of, like, the ReZero community, is kind of sequestered to being, like, anime onlys, you know what I mean? The novel reader community that almost doesn't exist. Or, like, the part that does exist, like, we all fucking know each other. Because, like, there's only, like, 15 of us. So it kind of... That is part of the reason why I've put off making some novel content. Is because sometimes the reward just isn't there. Novel reader community is very Twitter centered. It might be. I don't know, there's a lot of guys in WCT. Time to make it 16 novel readers? Hell yeah, brother. There's a lot of stuff to read. Yeah, it's not great. I'm in WCT, but I never check it. Well, your mileage may vary. I don't know, even 95% of novel readers haven't read the side content, so discussions are always like, wait, I didn't know that existed, and nobody really compiles all the interesting info into theories. Yeah, that's probably true. There's kind of like two sides of it, where there's like, one side of the fandom is like, I have read every single side story that you can fucking name. And then the other side is like, no, I don't really believe in that stuff. Very few and far between are the people like me who have like read a decent amount, but like, you know, I haven't read everything. Haven't even come close to reading everything. Are there any other big servers other than WCT? If you mean like exclusively ReZero servers, I wouldn't know. Where is Jordan? Should be any minute now. Same with Hamil. We're good to go now? Yeah, I'm waiting for Hamil. Oh shit, he just said it. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Well, well, well.
We have once again made it to another end of one core.
Oh my god.
Hello?
I saw the blue Anastasia. Hi, Hamil.
Hamil, what's up, man?
Yo,
Welcome back.
not much. How are you guys?
I'm having a
Dude.
great day, man.
Yeah, same. It's
Oh,
been
wait, man.
the atmosphere for ReZero today is out of this world. Hello, chat. What it do? Jordan stays purple today. Hell yeah! Finally, that's what I'm talking about. For once.
Oh man, it has been a long 11 weeks. I'm so excited to not wake up at 5 in the morning anymore. It's gonna be awesome.
Dude, I know it, man. That weekly, man. That weekly
I
coverage
say
is...
Hamil probably woke up at like 6 in the morning today.
Yeah, I woke up at exactly 6. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not built like that. I don't do this recreationally. Maybe you don't either, I don't know.
I'm actually not either. Not really. I mean, I have like I have spurts of time where I'm like I'm him and then getting up at like 5 or 6, but that never lasts, obviously.
Yeah. Sometimes I can't prove it. I think I have it's called like delayed sleep phase disorder, because my body, no matter what I do, will always naturally drift to... I love to go to sleep after like 2 a.m.
Sheesh.
Hmm.
Make him blue. Chat, can we not make me blue today, please? For the love of God.
What's wrong with being blue, man?
Dude, they do it every week, bro. Let me just have my natural purple.
They don't do it every week because it's only been here for like 2 weeks.
All right, whatever, man. All right. We're not keeping track, man. We're not keeping track. Dude, Hamil, man, I gotta ask, man. What's the atmosphere?
I really thought you were
With,
instantly gonna go into World Trigger, bro. I was gonna be so fucking mad.
No. no.
I was gonna be so pissed off, dude.
No, I have something to call him. All right, come with some slack. I was just curious. What's the atmosphere around the studio right now, man? You guys made it through one core. I'd say that this episode definitely was quite exciting. Is there a level of satisfaction in the air right now in the studio? Is everybody pretty happy with how things turned out so far? I know you guys are, getting right to core 2, I imagine, but what's it looking like for you guys?
I turned him down, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, Honestly, not too different than normal. You know, we have like we have a little watch party when the episodes air, and then
Right.
the usual people show up. And although today, I mean, I should say yesterday was definitely a little more exciting than normal. I think people were very excited, as they should be. It was a very like satisfying end to the core.
Oh yeah.
So I think people were pretty happy, but I mean, it's nothing crazy.
Nah, I feel it. I was just curious because I know, like I remember just over time I see some staff just go absolutely, just be super excited to see how people will react to certain things. And going into this week, I heard a lot. Starting from last Wednesday, I heard a lot about this week. It's a big one, quote unquote. It might be, a lot of people's episode of the year for a lot of people throughout the community. So, watching it today, I mean, I definitely understand it. And it's interesting because, when people get hype about episodes, usually people are expecting like, something crazy with like animation or all that good stuff. But like, this is one of those like, this is one of those narratively like down to the soul of the series type episodes that just makes it so worthy of, like I understand, but by the time I finished it, I understood why people were saying this could be their anime episode of the year. It may be for different reasons, obviously, compared to the masses, but I just feel like when there are episodes, regardless if they're action packed or not, if they reach down and go hand in hand with the core, the soul of the series, and really pull it forward in the best way possible, looking at the last few minutes of the episode especially, I mean, it's hard to forget. You know what I mean? It's very hard to forget. So
I'm sure everyone in the studio has IMDb pulled up so they can look at all the ratings that come in, just like everyone on Twitter does.
Oh yeah.
I'm waiting to see how
sure.
that's gonna be. I'm sure it's gonna be quite high on the charts or whatever the case.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're all doing.
Exactly. I know,
100%.
dude. On the second screens you guys are drawing, looking over. Oh, hell yeah, we just hit 9.07 or whatever the fuck on my enemy list. Let's go. Hell yes, dude.
Yeah, we're not even watching on the big screen. We're not even watching the episode. We just have IMDb pulled up,
I bet, dude.
waiting for the ratings to come in. That's exactly what.
I'm sure that's how the success is determined as well, because sometimes that's how it feels that people actually like approach these things. Like sometimes it does feel like that this community thinks that the people at White Fox, the people who are working on this anime, are paying attention to these kinds of things.
If only you were that simple.
I mean, if we get below like a 9.5 on IMDb, Kadako is slashing us instantly.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Yeah, that's what I assumed. I don't, dude. Oh my god, wait, Jordan, do you remember that thing I sent you about what people on Reddit were making up about Hamil?
Oh yes.
Oh
yes,
my god, bro.
Yes. Oh man, Hamil, hold on. We gotta find it.
I gotta find this shit right now. Someone, like, there was this thing on Reddit, dude, where people were like headcanoning the shit out of your anecdote about telling the staff about Aura Monster. And they were basically like,
Oh yeah.
I found it. Here, let me send it in chat.
Yeah, that was a trip.
This shit is crazy, dude.
They put you on the
Let me read
jungle
this real
drug,
quick.
man.
Why does the Aura Monster have more aura in the opening than the anime itself? An animator explained the reason. Neither the animation staff nor the author knew what the Aura Monster was. Only the youngest member of the team knew about it. He had to explain it to his coworkers, but since neither them nor the author fully understood the concept, they didn't give the chapter enough time for planning and budget allocation. After arguing with them for a long time, he finally managed to convince them to give him a little space in the opening sequence.
Wow. Honestly, that's... I'm not gonna lie, that's actually impressive.
Just like, they freestyled
That's like,
the
actually,
whole
that's like,
thing.
the bro's got like the whole... He's got the world building. He's got the world building, the plot, the characters.
They got
This
like
guy, this person needs to start writing.
the whole thing a headcanon, dude. That's crazy.
And yet the world will never know.
That's
what
pretty
really
awesome.
And you like you have to wonder like if this is like genuine delusion or like if this is like really what they took away from like the things that you tweeted and like the things you said on the stream last time you were here. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not that surprised. I would never foresee like somebody could come up with this, but you know, I've definitely gotten like, I've some interesting emails from people who seem to
really?
think that I have a lot more power than I actually do.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've gotten those. Yeah, because I have my email on my Twitter bio.
Mhm.
Obviously, it's for work. Like anybody with like sense could realize that, but
Yeah.
there are some people who definitely use it for their own little things. Some are really nice. Some people send emails and they're just like, you know, talking about ReZero and how much they like it and thanks and stuff. But I do also get a lot of emails where it's like, hey man, we need you to, you guys gotta be better about this thing. I'm like, bro,
It's not.
I can't do that. I'm not in that position.
I guess
Somebody
I
sent
should
me
be
an email
surprised.
Somebody sent me an email about Amelia's clothes.
Really?
Yeah, like there's too much fan service. We gotta, you guys gotta like tone it down a little bit. I'm like, all right, bro. I guess I got you. What do you want me to do about it?
I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but I also I don't think I ever like considered it. That like people would be using your work email to be like, you need to do this differently in the anime now. You need to put Aura Monster in the episode now. You need to give him Aura now.
I mean, I guess I probably should clarify in my bio that it's a work email, but I also feel like I shouldn't need to. I have my Twitter DMs turned off for a reason.
I feel like it should be obvious, but I guess sometimes you take the obvious things for granted.
Well, I think some people are just having fun, which is, I mean, fairs.
Yeah. I don't get any DMs like that or emails like that, man. When someone gonna email me and tell me to fix the fan service in ReZero, they're gonna tell me to use my Hamil connects, bro. You need to use your Hamil connected to fix the fan service now. And I'll be like, all right, yes sir, I'm on it.
Many such cases, man. I'm sure it's coming. Don't worry. Somebody will see this stream someday and be like, "Wow, I think."
I know.
Man, that's such a great post.
Are you still looking?
That Reddit post is just. That's actually. I'm saving that. That's.
I don't even go on like ReZero subreddits or anything, but I got this recommended to me for some reason, and I saw it and I was like, I have to show this to him when he comes on because this is mind-boggling, dude. Like there's no way that this is like
they've got it all figured out. It's really incredible.
And I also wanted on the record that this isn't some like zero upvote Andrew. This had like I think like 3,000 upvotes when I saw it.
Wow.
So you're the Aura Monster guy forever now,
wow.
I guess. If you can live with that.
Actually, when I first made that tweet, I actually did like see people. I mean, I wasn't on Reddit. I never go on Reddit, but I seen some screenshots from places where people were like assuming that I like animated it or like I was responsible for getting it in the opening or stuff like that. But I never foresaw like something this far. This is like on a different level.
I mean, I guess like there's worse legacies to have, you know? The guy who valiantly stood up to his coworkers to implement the Twitter meme or the TikTok meme into the anime, you know?
It's true.
Yeah, I
There are worse
mean,
fates.
sure. I don't mind.
That's right. That's how I feel about the axe guy. I'm assuming you have no idea what that means. That's probably for the best, but like, I'm dubbed the axe guy these days, for reasons that we don't have to get into. And in my mind, it's like there's way worse things to be known for in this
Yeah,
world.
I mean, I am aware who like the axe guy is.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
thank God. Same.
Does
Jordan has heard way too much about future content because of the
Yeah,
axe guy.
unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately. I know who
I see.
I know who Big T is.
Scott,
That's,
stop. Stop.
That's
Big T.
Stop.
dude. I know who he is, man. I couldn't escape
You really
him, man.
shouldn't. You really shouldn't.
Dude, I listen, man. Tell the TikTok folks to simmer down, man. They are going nuclear
You're
with
acting like
those
I'm the
edits.
ambassador, bro.
Yeah, it's like, all right, man. They might as well fucking reach out to you and be like, "Yo, do you want to do this one specific line at the end of the episode and nothing
Slightly
else?"
raise my
for a
volume,
quick
like my
100
microphone,
and call
or
it a day.
So something a lot of people wanted to know about Hamill is because I think one of like the big hits from last stream, people really liked hearing you talk about some of your like behind the scenes experience with specifically the episode 3 director and their vision for the episode and how it was like it was actually like a story about hope. A lot of people wanted to know if you had anything else like that in not even just in recent times, but like maybe even back in season 3.
Oh, Man, I mean, definitely nothing as involved as
Mm-hmm.
episode 3 of this season was. Especially in season 3. I mean, season 3 was just like a flash. It was like a blur almost. Especially down the stretch. So, and I also wasn't that familiar. You know, I had just been working like in person at the studio for only a little bit, so I wasn't really on a close like conversational basis with the other staff. It was more like I was just doing my job, and you know, we just have our meetings and then we do whatever. But then I got closer with certain people, and then that's when we started talking about more in-depth stuff. And of course, I had to wait for my Japanese to improve as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely not anything as involved as episode 3. I mean, episode 6 was also definitely very involved. Is it 6? In my head, it's like 72, 73, 74. 72,
Yeah.
episode 6, right?
Yeah, sorry. I'm really bad. I'm like the inverse. I'm really bad with keeping track of like the total number. I can only do like season X, episode X, or episode Y, or whatever.
No, it's fine. I think most people are thinking in terms of like, you know, counting from episode 1 of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's better to use that. But yeah, episode 6 was very involved. Because I had several conversations with Shinohara about like especially like most of the fighting in general, but also mainly like the Emilia, the part where Emilia fights Raid.
Yeah.
I had some ideas, some ways that I wanted to elaborate on the storyboard, and so that part ended up developing into what it did. But before, it wasn't, the original storyboard wasn't really like that at all. So that's the other time I think this season, you know, obviously there's episodes down the line where you know, there's also cases, but yeah, episode 6 I did have a lot of conversations about, you know, what is supposed to be, you know, Emilia's fighting style, but also like what her function is in the scene as like a, you know, not only to express her character more, but also, you know, up I guess the stakes, so that Raid also looks more formidable as a result.
Interesting.
So there were, yeah, we talked about that some, and he did let me. I was low-key kind of begging for him to like, yo, let me do some boards, bro. And then eventually he was like, yeah, sure, have a crack at it. I didn't do like, I mean, it was my first time really, doing some proper boards from the start, or
Mm,
like, from like on ReZero from a very like early stage. Early stages in like I was like coming up with the kind of choreography and idea and overall function of the scene. So I didn't do perfect, but I got far enough where, you know, I got the basic idea down, and then Shinohara just added a few cuts here and there where I'm kind of missed out on the um, continuity. So he just fixed those up by adding in a little cut here and a little cut there, and then it came together pretty well.
interesting. Okay.
But
Okay. So. Okay, that's really interesting. I was gonna ask, like, are there any other instances of you, like, massively changing the storyboard, or however you put it? But like you said, I guess that was like your first time doing it. That's interesting, though. Do you know how common that is necessarily? To be able to, like, I guess, like, go up to your director and be like, I would love to massively change the board that we have here, or like work on the board here, and being able to like change the interpretation of the fight.
well, it's actually very common depending on the production. Unlike
Mhm.
I think shonens and more, action focused series like One Piece, JJK, stuff like that,
Mhm.
where you generally have a pretty high volume of action animators who all have their like certain particular styles and ideas about how to approach things. Typically, actually, it's very common and sometimes even just standard to handle the boards the way you want to and change things if necessary.
Interesting.
So, like on JJK, for instance, Goso is kind of known to just basically draw scribbles on his boards,
Yeah.
and then the animators just like kind of just take it from there because their supply of talent is just so ridiculous that
Hmm.
like that every like animator there has the ability to kind of like direct their own little scene,
Hmm.
so you can just do that on those kind of productions. But it's definitely different on ReZero. You can't just be like animators if they want to like change something from the storyboard. It's not as common because it's not the kind of show where you can just like, well, I kind of feel like doing what I want to do. It's everything's very, there's so much content and just like getting everything perfectly within the time frame, and also having everything function coherently and narratively speaking.
Hmm.
You can't just, it's a lot more difficult. You have to, if you're gonna bring that idea up, you have to have a really good reason for it, or you have to be like very legendary, have a very
Right.
good reputation.
So I would assume then that, as well as for time constraint reasons, this was definitely not something that had like a lot of opportunities in season 3.
No, not at all in season 3. I only did there were only a couple times in season 3 where I had some ideas and we changed the boards a little bit, but it was only like 3 or 4 cuts at a time, never like a whole section like I did in episode 6. So yeah, that's the other factor, is just having the time to do it, starting early enough to do it, having good enough schedule to do it, and then
Yeah.
you can bring those ideas out and say, hey, what if we did this? Because you have the time to do it.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like time is like the number one resource that more or less nobody has. So I hope, obviously for Core 1 as well, but I hope especially going forward that you guys are doing as well as you can on time.
Yeah, it's feeling pretty good. I mean, nothing compares to season 3.
I mean, I guess, obviously because I wasn't there, but I guess I don't like fully grasp how tight it was on season 3.
Um, I don't think the schedule for season 3 was actually that terrible,
Hmm.
but I think there was troubles just because of a kind of lack of um, preparation, personnel.
Mm.
So, for instance, like there was a stretch in season 3 where I was working on like 5 or 6 episodes in a row, which that is not a good sign.
I'm gonna assume that's not normal.
I was getting passed around like a blunt on those episodes, but because there just wasn't enough, people who could do action consistently
Mhm.
and reliably. So there's just a lot of work that needs to be done on the back end, by the main staff and other people to basically try and fix things up as much as possible. Because a
Yeah.
lot of the stuff that was coming in was, not really to an acceptable level. And that's the danger of being, not having the personnel in place and kind of having to rely on too many freelancers.
Mm,
Because of
that
course
makes
there are
sense.
very good freelancers and some things that you can only get by getting certain freelancers. But at the same time, the industry is so, lacking in animators that if you're too reliant on it, you will eventually get, for every one really good freelancer that you get, you're going to have to take a chance on 2 people who you have no idea what they're capable of or what they can do. You just know that they posted something cool on Twitter,
Yeah.
which doesn't always translate to actual production. So,
No,
yeah.
I remember. I think it was during the pandemic. Like there was like the ubiquitous meme of like if you put animator and katakana in your bio, you're gonna get like a DM from someone like trying to get you to do some work on their production.
Oh, for sure.
Are things still like that?
I think it used to be worse. It used to be like genuinely like that. Like a few years ago, it was genuinely like if you put animeta in your bio,
Mm-hmm.
you'll probably get a message from somebody. You could have literally no drawing experience whatsoever. It's better now, but not, it's definitely still kind of there because PAs, production assistants, when they can't, get the people they need domestically or in-house,
Mm-hmm.
it becomes a very, very tough fight to find people to assemble the team in the time that you have. And so they just have no choice but to go and ask people who they really shouldn't be asking. It's just they literally have to do it. They have to fill out that spreadsheet or else, what are you going to do?
Yeah. So it sounds like, at least for what you're describing, 2 of like the big challenges that season 3 faced was a lack of personnel ready for such like action-heavy content, as well as issues with time constraints. How would you say that these things have shifted for season 4's production?
Well, I mean, first of all, the content in season 4 is just more chill for the most part.
That's fair, yeah.
I mean, there's still a lot of action,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not, it's tough, but there's more a sense of preparedness. I feel like. I mean, I can't speak for like what's going on in the pre-production scenes, but just from what I can see on a day-to-day basis, it feels like more people are being allocated properly, and everybody has got like more, I guess, more onto the pipeline where things feel like they're running more smoothly. But again, that's just from my point of view.
Right.
I don't know a lot of stuff that goes on.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, there's a lot less overt action, at least in this core. And it leads to such wonderful scenes that we got, or such wonderful episodes, I should say. Like this week's episode 11, which has some they be smaller action cuts, but is mostly about like the presentation and the emotion of the content. Did you love this episode, Hamill? I thought it was a great episode.
I thought it was amazing. Honestly, I don't think I felt something like from a ReZero episode like that since like the end of season 2.
Yeah.
But also like it's because I didn't like work on any of these recent episodes that I can kind of have a more objective feel of it.
Yeah. It's definitely going to be different if you had worked on it.
Yeah, for sure. I was supposed to work on this episode actually because there is some.
Really?
Or yeah, originally I was slotted into work here, but eventually, the time frame was just not working out, and I mean, it's everything turned out fine. It turned out great, but there are some pretty big fish to fry in the next core. So
Yeah, I imagine you guys got your hands full, probably.
I see.
But yeah, I mean, the episode was awesome, man. I was just kind of reminded me just how good of a character Subaru is. I don't know why I forgot, but he's actually so gangster, man. Like, it just feels like he's always got like, even if he's like, he seems defeated, it's like there's always like some fight in him. It's kind of crazy to see, like, especially when he was when he pulled on a kid in a skirt and he was like,
I gotta turn this off for a
even
second.
though he was like breaking down, he was like, wait, somebody made a promise to me, or I made a promise, or somebody,
Yeah.
relied on me to do something. He was like, I can't. It's kind of crazy because he's like actually broken, but like something within him is like, nah, you gotta lock in, bro.
It's not left in the episodes, but there is like this recurring theme, at least throughout Arc 6 in the novel, where people keep telling Subaru that like his core, even though he doesn't have his memories, is unchanged. Which is also something that like kind of sparks some discomfort within him because the Subaru that he's seeing is murderous and psychotic, but it goes to show that there is something inside of Subaru that is fundamental to his being, in that he really wants to make good on his promises to his friends, and he really cannot help himself but to save people, like when Echidna fell through the holes in the tower after the Scorpion showed up.
Yeah, that part was awesome, man.
And now Jordan, the only one who hadn't read this content before, I'm sure you heard quite a lot about this episode before it aired.
Yeah, honestly, man,
People
just
can't keep they can't keep it down, dude.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, thank God I was able to remain unspoiled going into this episode. I avoided today like the plague. I just worked for the most part. I did see, the episode previews, screenshots that you sent me. I'm sure you left some out.
I
know
always
they double down.
I always
amount
curate
every week.
the ones that I send you.
Right. Yeah, and I can't blame you because I know they are probably really thick on context. But yeah, no, the anticipation for this episode, definitely probably the most. I want to say this is probably the second most anticipated episode, I think, this anime season, as we near the summer transitional week, which is next week. I feel like it was Witch Hat and then it was this. And it's interesting to hear that from ReZero. I honestly feel like I feel like this week's episode even surpassed the level of enthusiasm I saw from season 3. I know season 3 had a couple of episodes with, Gorgeous Tiger and all that good stuff. Gorgeous Tiger and the speech, people were looking forward to. But this was different. This was different, and I wish I had a way to concretely explain how this was different. But all I can say is that when you've just been consuming seasonal anime for as long as I have, you just know when something is different. And this was a very exciting week for ReZero. I actually woke up, this morning, and I was like, all right, let's get to 12 p.m. Let's get to 1 p.m. Let's get this episode in. So, I definitely would say that this episode lived up to the enthusiasm and anticipation. Obviously, for more deeper, emotional, nuanced you know, just really deep reasons, looking at, again, you know, the core and soul of what makes ReZero, and what this arc is really trying to say for Subaru's character. And it's interesting because I think this arc also answers, or not answers, but it kind of asks, it asks a very, it asks a question that you don't really think about. But for me personally, when it comes to isekai, and you know, when people talk about tropes and stuff for isekai, you know, it kind of asks this question of, you know, is your protagonist ready to live in this world? You know what I mean? And it's an interesting thing because, you know, a lot of isekai, they don't dote on the past. You know, when they come over, it's, you know, you either sink or swim real quick. And that's not to shame any author who has different intentions. You know, some authors just simply want to get the ball rolling and they don't look back. Some authors do take that time to reflect on the previous life. But when you see how Teppei approaches this week with Subaru and this idea of truly embracing, I think Teppei embraces two different routes here with Subaru. He embraces this idea of what it means to truly hit zero, and he also embraces this idea of when you are empty, you are ready to be filled. You know what I mean? That's really what I took with Subaru in the last 5 minutes of the episode, especially, or last 10 minutes of the episode, especially. Of course, you know, if I could go in order, you know, from the beginning of the episode, and then of course I think the most amount of yapping will be at the end. But you know, starting from the beginning of the episode, you know, we go back to Man's got, and to make it worse, Emilia wasn't on it too. But Ram was really on his ass, on his case, put him in the ice cage, and it's getting intense. So intense enough to where Ram actually, you know, she tossed Emilia, which was surprising. I was not expecting to see Ram toss Emilia.
With all the shit that Ram gets, bro. I knew this was coming, and I was like, it's not looking good for her rep. It's not looking good.
Not at all. Not at all, no. She's been on edge all season, and I get it, because I think at the end of the day, she, you know, again, I think I said this about maybe 2 or 3 episodes ago. You know, Subaru's memories is proof of her existence. So, you know, it kind of goes into this whole idea of, like, you know, if nobody remembers you, do you even exist? And if Subaru forgets Ram, then nobody else remembers Rem. And if nobody else remembers Rem, then of course, you know, it's like she never existed at all. And that kind of just, it almost sounds like basically saying like Gluttony won. You know what I mean? When you put it like that. And so in that, I can't blame her, but it's intense. I for a second, I really thought her and Emilia were about to scrap, because Emilia was really standing in front of her, and I was getting kind of concerned because she was like, Ram, wait. And she was like, you're too soft, and tossed her. And Emilia hit the you know, aerobic, and I was like, oh shit, it's about to go down. But then, you know, Ram knocks Subaru into the ice and knocks him out, and we get another blip. And I was like, what happened this time? You know, and you see the cage broken, and I'm like, oh no, like, don't tell me he like crashed out when, you know, he got knocked out. And he did, but not in the way. I guess, man. I hope that was the case, because when he woke up at first,
bro, nothing's going on. Just
dude,
melting.
I thought that the first thing I thought that, you know, he like whooped them and like they had to retreat or something. I'm not gonna lie with you. Like I didn't know what could have happened, because every time these blips happen, worst case scenario happens. And you know, he wakes up and you see, you know, Natsuki Subaru was here, and it's just like, it's like, like bro, like it's
I love that shit, dude.
That was a scene, man.
So cool.
I would just say that was a scene, man, because it's like, what do you mean? You know what I mean? Like what happened? You know, during that one moment where he was here, and it's weird that he just writes on the wall too, all over. And it's like, what did he even write with, bro? I mean, that's my first question. But you know, it's, I mean, I guess the ice on the ground. He probably used all the ice that, you know, came from the ground and just started writing all that good stuff. But then, you know, during that scene, Reed comes downstairs, and I'm like, I thought he couldn't leave. You know what I mean? And I was so confused. I'm like, what is bro doing here? Like and that was the signal that I knew that the tower's fucked again. Okay, let's just, you know, let's start ticking down the timer. I don't know how quite yet, but I knew from that moment on, the tower was cooked. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, here we go. Another wipe's coming in. I don't know what exactly is coming, but it's coming. And we're watching everything unfold. And Subaru even acknowledges the fact that, you know, he's like, I thought you couldn't leave the room and all that good stuff. And he's like, your assumption fell apart. So
he's just like, not anymore. Yeah.
So my assumption is that Reed is just too much of an anomaly, that the tower's rules don't apply to him, which is crazy. Like that whole family, the whole Estrella family, bro. They some freaks, bro. God, like what do you mean? You know what I mean? Like that dude. There is some freaks of nature, man. Like overriding a tower
It's crazy
that was
because
created by a dead man.
We
is
all
crazy.
know you're only saying this because Teresia, bro. It's really fucked up.
All right, whatever, bro. Whatever, bro. Listen, she's got her own deal. She had her own deal.
No, you're gonna get Hamil in trouble for hanging out with you, dude. You gotta chill.
Dude, I mean, it's crazy though, man. Cause like, dude, like I'm thinking like how Flugel is the one that created this tower, and he's so strong, and whatever the case may be, that he literally, it's like if a piece of code just decided to turn into like an AI, you know what I mean? And just like, yay, I'm autonomous now. You know what I mean? Like I don't need to abide by any of the rules of this tower. I can literally go do what I want. And then to make it worse, he goes outside. So that's how I know. That's how I knew this was coming apart. And it's crazy because I'm like, all right, well, this wasn't a self-inflicted wound. This is literally just goofing off and causing a whole, issue, a whole wipe, basically. So, yeah. Don't disrespect Tosca. Okay, whatever. Okay, fine. He's an exception. Fair point. Fair point. But so we're going around now, and we immediately go and okay, mind you, I'm like at work, like just down in my burger. Okay. This stuff just gets so crazy so fast because why are we going to a scene immediately where Julius is fighting the things, the centaurs, man? The whatever you want to call them. I don't even know what are, do they even have like an official name?
Dude, it's their home.
I mean, I get it. Get me wrong, I get it, but it's just so crazy. Why are you in their home
is the better question.
Dude, I mean, it's just the way the episode goes from 0 to 100 because it's like, Julius is fighting for his life, but he's holding it down for a little bit. You know what I mean? I like the movement and the scene and everything, but there's just so many of them now, and it's just crazy how this tower has like a self-destruct mechanism every time some rules gets defied. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Hungry Horse Kings, is that what they're actually called?
Yeah, it's not revealed yet. I guess it's not really a big deal though.
Oh, that's okay. That's fine. Hungry Horse King. That's funny.
Very low level spoiler.
Yeah, okay. That's fine. But yeah, so in the midst of the tower's destruction, everything's going to shit. Julius is fighting for his life. And of course, Meili is still haunting Subaru. Being the best devil on his shoulder he's ever had in his entire life. Thank you, Meili. I mean, I commend Meili's presence for being infinitely more terrorizing than either of the archbishops within him. You know what I mean? Like the factors within him. This little girl has beat the brakes off him, mentally. It is hilarious and crazy at the same time. And I really like Meili's presence. I think it's interesting because like how, they really like make this little kid technically, you know what I mean? Because it's not, I mean, even though he knew what she went through and everything like that and who she really is after reading the book, I just find it interesting how they made Meili the first, real devil on his shoulder, kind of haunting him and reminding him of all the... Yeah, just straight to his brain. Every little incident, every little inconvenience, every little amount of stress. It's just, hey, by the way, I'm still here to terrorize you. And now she's like, this is great. If he dies, you'll get to read his book too. So, Meili's there. Everything's just going to shit. Okay, everything is just going to shit in the most nicest way possible. And even though Julius is fighting for his life, Cape's getting on fire and everything. He's taking them down one by one, and then Reed goes on the scene. I'm like, oh, brother. Now, I'm not gonna lie, his descent scene is kind of tough. It's kind of tough.
It was really cool.
Yeah, it was kind of tough. I was like, oh, here we go. Big man on the field. But then, of course, I know he's not going to help, bro. And like, that whole killing of a couple of the kings, whatever, man. Because immediately he resumes the test, and I'm like, you know what I mean? I just close my eyes, bro, because I'm like, Reed, why? Like, what? Like, there's a time and a place, but I know this whole tower is about to go down anyway, and he wants his test. So I pretty much knew at this point Julius was dead, and he pretty much tells Subaru to take care of Eridna and everybody else, and Beatrice, and just go, just get out of here, and look after everybody else. So. Or I'm sorry, he said Eridna. He basically said Eridna because he said Echidna and Lady Anastasia, but Eridna. So yeah, so Julius is pretty much dead in this loop at that point. I know he probably didn't last more than like maybe 3 minutes of Reed, if we're being honest here. But so again, Subaru's running the hallway. It's not looking good. Stress. Melee still whooping his ass left and right. And then he runs into Beatrice. So we got some kindness. But then Anastasia comes around or Eridna comes around the corner and immediately just, why are you out of your cage? And I'm like, oh, like don't say it like that, bro. Like not like that, bro. Like come on, man. He's not an animal. But I mean, I get it. You know what I mean? And again, you know, it just gets to this point of at this point it is extremely messy trust. You know, Anastasia or Eridna states that like how she should have trusted her gut. Anna's in her gut and all that good stuff, and she says like how this is my failure. And Beatrice is like, you know, like this is a Subaru I know. You know what I mean? You know, once I hold his hand, I know this is him. You know what I mean? It just promotes like this conflict, this unfortunate conflict. You know, things are just again, it's just this downward spiral, man. You know, it's like how much more worse can this get?
That's what ReZero is so good at, man. That's what one of my favorite things has always been about it is like this constant like, how can things get worse? They get worse,
right?
And then you're like, how can they get worse again?
Right, and it all feels so natural too because it's just derived of pure. It's just purely based off human emotion and what this loop can go off of. And to make it worse, because of the fact that Subaru decided to hide his memories this go around, now they don't even believe him. You know, Ram in the room was like saying how you remember the Archbishop that can turn into people. Maybe if I hurt him, he'll cough it up. And then Anastasia is like, you know, even after all of this, you're still going on with this lie. And at that point, it just breaks him. You know what I mean? Unfortunately he breaks away from Beatrice. You know, she's looking scared back there, and you know, it's just like Subaru at this point. He is questioning. I mean, he's been questioning, but now it's like he's damn near like rejecting this person that everybody believes in. You know what I mean? He's like, who the hell would want to even become this guy? You know what I mean? You know, he's basing it off of his current self. You know what I mean? Saying like how he's a disgusting creep. They don't, you know, nobody knows anything. He's questioning who he even is. He's lost everything, his memories, his drive, and then what surprised me too is the fact that how he does start talking about like his isekai stuff. You know what I mean? And this is why. And this right here is when he's like, you know, he mentions how I was just going to the convenience store. And I didn't talk to anybody that day, and you know, all that good stuff. And now he's in another world. This is the part which made me write down the idea of like, you know, is your protagonist ready for the isekai world? Because, you know, again, Subaru, the one that we knew, obviously had some time to refine himself, but this one, you know, it's not. He's not at all, and it's just really interesting to see him just. You know, when you don't get all that time to really prepare yourself for the world, you know, you succumb to it, and it's really, really interesting. And Subaru at this point, he's just succumbing to it. You know what I mean? The entire time, he admits that he finally hit his limit, and it's interesting because you know, no matter how bad things have gotten, you know, I in comparison to this, you know what I mean? It's just like, you know, have we really seen Subaru hit his limit before now? And we've seen some crazy things, but. You know, it's just interesting. It's just interesting. And, you know, he admits it. You know, in this moment, he admits it. And he admits that, like, even if he wanted to help, even if he wanted to make everything right, he just can't. And that's what really kind of brings everybody else down to earth in this moment. And he to the point where he's like, just forgive me. You know, forgive me for the person that I am not. Forgive me for what I can't do. But also just forgive me for the fact that, you know, you pulled me into this world thinking I was somebody more. Let me go home. And if God's punishing me and all that good stuff, you know, I get it. I was a piece of shit to my parents and I need to just go home. Please let me go home. But it just shows how really defeated he is. And even through all of this, man, Beatrice is still comforting him. But it does get Eridna off his ass a little bit. And she's like, you know, just Beatrice, just go with him. And all that good stuff. And then, like Hamill said, you know, even when he's at his limit, he grabs Eridna. He's like, I still got to uphold this promise to Julius to look after you and to make sure that you're okay. And, you know, it just shows that this man's conviction, you know, it kind of derives into my second point a little bit about how if you are empty, then you're ready to be filled. If Subaru feels like he can't do anything, then all he needs to do is just try and carry out the wish of somebody else, and that wish that Julius, you know, gave to him. Unfortunately, everybody's favorite fucking terrorist decides to strike. because
There it
Shala
is.
decides to pull up, and this time, I do get to see the Scorpion form. Cool stuff there. I will admit, I'm glad they kind of showed that form and everything. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know if she was gonna like be like a humanoid scorpion or what, but no, she goes full on scorpion mode. Doesn't help the situation at all. Damn near kills Anna, but no, she actually gets slapped around again by Anastasia's magic. So, and then she retreats.
Asterisk.
So, yeah, magic, yeah.
Big ol' asterisk on that one.
Yeah. So, she loses an arm and she retreats. So I guess that's fine, all that good stuff. But, it's just like Jesus, man. This situation is just one thing after a damn another. I'm glad they all live though. Okay, for the time being,
Like 15 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, for 15 minutes, yeah. And then it hurt me because Beatrice mentioned that he doesn't even remember that she was pulled from the mansion by him. I'm like, this season has been whooping Choose Me's ass, bro. I don't appreciate it, but I'm gonna let Tepe rock. Like, I love Choose Me as an episode. It's my favorite episode in the show. But my God, it has been whooping its ass because that bond that really created these two between Subaru and Beatrice, it's just not there right now, unfortunately to say. But I will say this, that Beatrice's comment starts to lead into the major point of the episode with Beatrice saying that she will always remember it. And I want to hold on to that and come back to that at the end of the episode. Now, of course, the group decides to get a move on and all that good stuff. And right when they go get a move on, okay, and this is so fucking crazy to me, man. Why does her claw, chat, listen to me, okay? Chat, listen to me, okay? I understand that when I first called Shala a terrorist, damn near spiritually Israeli, right? I know when I said that at first, I was out of pocket, I was out of line. But
You're feeling
not only did
every
she,
day, bro.
not only did she shoot Beatrice, okay, she blew them up. Like why does the claw even have to explode, bro?
I love how they did it.
Why?
Too. I love how there's no like dramatic explosion. It lights up, everything goes white, and then it goes black. There's no loud boom noise. It fades back in. It's just like the blood trail on the floor.
It's like, bro, why did it have to explode? I'm just so confused. Why Tepe had to make it explode? Like, dude, there was no indication that a severed claw should blow up, and it just fucking blew up. It just blew up, and I'm like, dude, like, don't piss me off, bro. Like, don't, like, dude, Shala is the worst thing that Tepe is introducing to the series, bro. Like, oh my god, I'm just kidding, man. But like, dude, like, come on, man. But again, we ask ourselves, how can it get worse? And then it gets worse. So now, Beatrice is fucking dead. Thank you, Shala, so much. You shouldn't have. And Anna's in half again. So thank you, Tepe. You really shouldn't have. Subaru's Karen, Aridna, half-baked Aridna again.
I love this scene.
Across. Dude. And I'm like, I know she's cooked again, man. It's so sad. I mean, I've never seen Anna so worn out.
More like 3/4 this time. Not necessarily half.
That's true.
Like, more like 30% off, I think.
Yeah.
30% off?
It's not like a huge sale. It's like modest, though.
Dude. I mean, she's looking rough, man. I mean, and then she's basically cooked too. So that's 2 more bodies in the grave. And then, she's laying there. It's her final moments. And then Melee on the shoulder again. Come in. It's like, hey, maybe you can just end her life. Like, thanks, Melee. And, part of me was thinking about how, and I'm probably off base about this, but for a little bit, it almost seemed like Melee represents that inner psychotic, like, voice that Subaru clearly has. I don't want to rule out the fact that Tepe was using her as a means to haunt Subaru, but the way this scene goes, it's just like, man, like, is this Subaru's like inner, like, just terrible behavior and feelings that we clearly can see he is capable of on the surface, manifested into the imagery of Melee to take shape, so that way we, the audience, can see it. You know what I mean?
I think it's also just primarily because of that Book of the Dead experience, their minds, for better or for worse, became like inherently intertwined. So like, while maybe Subaru may have like, oh shit, I gotta like kill to defend myself or whatever, I can like let Julius die or whatever. Right. It's also like the way that Meili grew up and the way that she was conditioned, kind of the only thing she knows is killing people.
Killing. Right. And that makes sense too, which is why I was like, I don't want to rule it out. Or rule out like what it really actually is, of course. But I mean the way she talks, man, it's just so influential. It almost sounds like a voice a voice within that that Subaru never really wanted to hear until he had to hear it this entire time. And he's about to do it, in Aridna's misery, but he can't even do that. You know what I mean? And it's crazy. And I saw somebody apparently say that like how this is a parallel to a moment from years ago. I saw the scene. I can't remember what it is, but it's a scene where Subaru is also saying the same exact thing to himself. And again, parallels go hard, and this is one of those moments. You know what I mean? They go hard. And I think it's so sad that like how it was that moment of his failure that Aridna really realized that like he really wasn't doubting, or he really wasn't like lying about his memory loss. And it was until she died that it finally clicked. And it's just so unfortunate. And then you had Meili saying, yeah, it's a really good
one. Like this
scene.
was like one of the scenes I was waiting for the longest to see, was like this inability to take a life under any circumstances that Subaru has. That's like innate to his being.
Right.
And I feel like it was perfect, man. I have no comments about it. I think it was excellent.
Yeah, no, I loved it too. I mean, it just felt so freaking tragic, man. You know what I mean? Like all these people are dying, and it's like in their final moments. It's like in their final moments. It has like this bitterness, this bitter sweetness of like, I'm sorry, I doubted you, and then she just fucking dies, and it's like, oh. And then to make it worse, I mean, again, we're just. I mean, we are climbing the stairs of how much worse this episode can be for these people. Because Satella decides to swing on by and drowns him with "I love yous" and all that good stuff. And it's interesting how this is a very interesting interaction between these two this time, because how she's like saying how "I love you," and we know how. Satella's whole thing is like, you need to take better care of yourself. But in this moment, it's like, Subaru saying how I don't love myself. And it's like this specific aspect of Subaru right here is probably why she latched onto him in the first place. The way that she gazes at him in particular, it just gives off this like, this is why I'm here. This is why I gave you what you are. This is why I stick by you, because of this part of you right here that was so agonizing to watch. You know what I mean? It's just very, 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 very interesting to see this type of interaction, because it's been a while, you know what I mean, since they've interacted, since season 2, you know what I mean, since they've interacted in any type of way, you know what I mean. And then again, we go back to the previous world, and that mention of like how he knew his parents loved him so much, but he couldn't stop hating himself, and then he felt like he wasn't somebody worth loving, you know what I mean. And it's gonna be interesting to see how Subaru eventually like confronts the "I love you" someday, because I feel like there's something that you're supposed to say, something that you're supposed to respond to get Satella to back off. But at this time, he still just doesn't know it quite yet. And he's saying, like, that's why, like, for everything that I can't do right now, for everything that I couldn't do when I was with my parents, for everything that I still can't do, even in these final moments, you know what I mean? Like, I should have just died. You know what I mean? It's just truly such a harrowing rock bottom, man. Because there's nothing worse than being surrounded by Satella of all people, in your final moments. Hey man, she's not good people quite yet. We're still working on that.
Whoa.
I mean, hey, what?
I just can't help but notice also earlier that like you were talking about, you were upset about Meili and how like Meili was telling him to kill people, but like you were chilling with like Regulus and Betelgeuse too. I'm just making connections.
Okay, listen.
Just making connections.
Man, just deep. All right, whatever, man. Deep it if you will.
Yeah, I'm just
Themes
making
and
connections,
such.
bro.
All right, man. She loves him though, better than dying in love. I mean, like that's true. That is true. Even if the love is twisted a little bit, you know what I mean. But we'll take it. You know what I mean. What's funny though? I can't help that. So again, in these final moments, Emilia pulls up, and she frees him from this. I can't help but feel that, like, man, like, the Amelia doesn't equal Satella truthers are probably like, see, that's not Satella. It's a different person. You know what I mean? Why would Satella be saved by herself, or stop herself from herself? You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. But Amelia comes in and breaks it away and all that good stuff, and she takes him away. And at this point, we are entering the core pinnacle of the episode. Subaru is just lost. You know what I mean? He's like, why are you even doing this? You know what I mean? All of you are just so crazy. You know what I mean? And he's like, why? What did they expect of me? Why place these expectations of me? You know what I mean? Like just why anything at all? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's just this question of why. This overarching question of just why. And Emilia is not the type of person that could truly answer this type of question in a logical sense. You know what I mean? This is a very layered and nuanced question. And of course, on top of the fact that she still doesn't even know what's fully been going on either till now. You know what I mean? So instead, she pivots here and she answers, she responds to Subaru the one way she knows how to do best. And that's from the heart. And she starts going back to, and this is probably one of my favorite points of the episode, origin. You know what I mean? I think we know also, another series that deals with origin quite well.
Not familiar.
I won't say it for the sake of this shit. I won't say it, but it's she starts going back to the beginning about how she mentions that when we first met, we met at the loot house, and Felt had stolen my shit, and we chased her down, and then you saved my life, and then that's how you and I first met. And she's like, do you remember? And of course she won't remember, but she goes on to say all these things about him and all the things that they have been through, and just starts to kind of fill this image of all the things that she remembers about Subaru when they first met, and and through season 1 and through season 2 and all this good stuff, and the royal selection, the big fight that they had, and she and through this though, she's also covering multiple characteristics, multiple like core aspects of Subaru, but from the big fight to him being courageous, and then just her being saved by him, and then clearly like his shitty attitude with when she was afraid about why he was doing all these things for her way back when, but she's constantly asking this question of do you remember? And obviously Subaru wouldn't remember, and but through these recallings of all these events, this is what I mean when I say that when you are empty, you are ready to be filled, because in this moment with Subaru, it's just completely at rock bottom. He is finally,
he's got to change the phrasing, bro.
Zero. You know what I mean? He's ready to be. There's room for him to be filled with all these memories and these recollections of the core, the things that people do remember. That wording. Okay, listen, chat, cut it out.
Work on that.
I'm serious though, man. Like that's
you gotta workshop it a little bit.
Dude, that's the only way I can,
No,
okay. Going back,
thesaurus out, bro, or something.
No, I'm sticking with Subaru's he's getting filled with hope. He's getting filled with hope. Okay, he's getting filled with hope.
Julius isn't even alive, bro. How can he be filled?
Okay, listen. Okay, oh my god. Okay, no, Hamil, don't go like that. Why did you do that? This dude. Man,
he's just thinking it was profound.
Dude. No, but like I'm saying this all to say though that like there's this really important thing that I think Arc 6, especially with it being called the Hall of Memories, you know what I mean, and it's even and it makes you think about how through all the timeline, just like how there's these timelines where Subaru died and he doesn't come back, right? Through all the timelines that those specific timelines exist, where it's like the dark future, there's also timelines where people will always remember the good that Natsuki Subaru did. You know what I mean? And the Arc 6 is a testament to that. The fact that how even with him losing his memories, the reason why people have so much expectation of him. It's because they still remember who he is and all the things that he did and all the things that he stood for. And it sounds so unbelievable. So, it can't be true. And that's why Subaru, he just starts to go on this tangent. This is the Subaru you remember, somebody who can put his life on the line, be serious. You know what I mean? That can't be him. I know how bad he is. I know how pathetic he is. I know how useless he is. I know how rotten to the core, downright good for nothing he is. You know what I mean? It's just like how could you possibly say that about Natsuki Subaru after everything that I've done, and regardless of what you said, you know what I mean? And he just asked this one important question, you know what I mean? That really just pushes the episode to the limit, you know what I mean? He asked, why does it have to be me? You know what I mean? And it's truly it's a question that really gives Emilia the ammo that she needs, because she's pretty much says that, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people in this world that do things better than you do. Obviously, there's always going to be somebody better than you do, or you in this world, you know what I mean? But if I could have the choice of being helped and saved by somebody, it would be by the person that I love. And it's that gosh damn moment. That moment right there that pretty much, sells it. That the reason why, Subaru ended up being able to instill this impression is in her after all of this is because he finally realized that this was the person that he fell for, and this was the person that he was willing to go through hell for. And that simple line of reasoning, so simple and yet so powerful, ends up becoming his refound or his regained source of strength. And he acknowledges that was the source of your strength. And it's funny because he's like, man, could she be any more out of his league? You know what I mean? It's true. But that didn't stop the previous Natsuki Subaru, and it's not going to stop him right now. And once again, Emilia reaches out one more time, and she's like, please, tell me your name. And this is what, in this moment, his response after this is what truly begins to embody the idea of, when you are empty, you are ready to be filled. Because while he's still new brewed, his reply shows that he's been filled with the promises of all those who believe in him. And he responds by saying, my name is Natsuki Subaru. And the man that Julius trusted, that's that 20%. Beatrice believed in. Echidna forgave. Emilia that you hope for. It slowly feels that even if Subaru right now is not full of all that he was known to be, in this moment, going forward, from zero, he is going to be filled with the trust and the promises and the expectations that everybody else has of him. And if it can get him to the other side of his conflict, if it can get him to remember the real Natsuki Subaru and to save everybody from this tower, then he can be the person that he needs to be, both in name and in action, even if not the same exact in memory. You know what I mean? And that,
oh fuck,
it's just so good, dude. It's so good, man. It's so good, man. It's so good, bro. I was sitting at work, bro. Dude, I'm gonna tell you, dude, I fucking hate that I had to watch this shit at work, bro. Because if I was at home, bro, I would be tearing up, bro. I was fighting it, man. I was fighting it. I may have to take some time and watch some Core 2 episodes at home, man, because that was really, really impressive. And it's interesting, man, because we call this an amnesia arc, man. But this arc is so damn impressive. It almost feels insulting to just be like, yeah, it's an amnesia arc, man. I almost want to go as far as to say that he's like, this is an arc that uses amnesia to push the plot forward, but it's something so much deeper. And I honestly, when you look at how far we're in the story now, we're 3 seasons deep. You know what I mean? I would have never imagined Tappei to take another season to really build Subaru up. I really thought that the peak of season 2 was it for Subaru, and he was only just going to be kind of steadily taking more and more steps from there. But it really
30
shows
more
that
seasons of Subaru progression.
Yeah, but you know what? And honestly, I mean, the way that Tappei can create such unique ways to do it, you know what I mean? I wouldn't hate it. You know what I mean? I really wouldn't hate it. Of course, I know that's an exaggerative. He may have another season or half, to develop him down the line. But he at this point, in this specific moment, he is full. He is full of the expectations that people put into him, and he is full of this feeling that I have to save him because that's who I was before, and that's what I need to do right now by any means necessary. And I absolutely love that even if it's just holding him together by duct tape, that is what is going to get him into core 2, and I absolutely love it. I thought that was brilliant. Dog, stop talking about full and filling now. All right, I'm done. Jesus. All right, but from this point on, Subaru is pretty much back online, at least to function. Now, I don't know if this whole issue about like the blips and all, like, those blips in time when he passes out, I don't know if that's going to be, gone by next season. It may be, now that he's got a grip on himself. You know what I mean? But before we can even think about next season, Satella is doing her thing and the ground's crumbling. Dude, and whoever animated the scene of him hopping from rock to rock, that shit was cool, man. I mean, they did a good job showcasing, like, I think the way to describe it is just like the weight, as he goes between each rock, man. I mean, it was really, really cool. I wasn't, what's funny also too is that how, like, that one parkour scene kind of clears what could have been for, like, it's just like like an insignificant taste of what season 3 could have had. You know what I mean? Based on what you told me.
A thousand missing parkour scenes, bro.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because I see the movement. I'm like, man, but and also during this scene, dude, the ED, man, the old ED makes a return years later.
You picked up on Styx Helix piano, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I did pick up on that. I had that as a note too. I was
cool,
just about to
man.
mention that. I was just about to mention that.
I almost stood up.
Dude, I did.
Awesome.
Dude,
I almost got out of my seat, like at the viewing, and just I almost stood like straight up when she was like talking about their memories together, and then the Styx Helix piano started playing.
Piano.
Dude, the piano had me so excited, man. I was like, holy shit, dude. They're like this is what I mean when I say this is different. I know that ReZero has, like, we have some extended episodes sometimes, but this was above and beyond. This was above and beyond, including not one but 2 EDs in the episode towards the end. You know what I mean? That's really great. And I was happy to hear Stay Alive because it's been a while. And I know that people probably would have preferred, I think I saw some people say how, like, Styx Helix all the way would have been it. However, I would argue that I understand why Staying Alive was the choice here, because from my understanding, if I'm going based off memory, that ED was very Emilia themed. And I think that looking at how Emilia was the one to truly put this back, put this whole ship back on water, you know what I mean, with Subaru mentally, I think she deserves the credit. I really do. I think that was a good choice, honestly. Again, I mean, to me, the song closed out fine, and I heard that Emilia's VA also sung it, which is like nuts, man. I mean, she's killing it. She's fucking killing it, man. It's fantastic.
You probably didn't see the extent of it, but like the community discussion for like the past, I mean, there was even some before the season started, but like the past few weeks has been like a battle between which one should play, Styx Helix or like Stay Alive. Well, we had 2 cakes, bro.
Right. Yeah, no, actually, we had 2, like, everybody, like, legitimately, the only reason why you'd be upset is if you just wanted one to be the more prominent one towards the end versus the one that played softly, you know what I mean? Which is like, whatever, bro. Like, this whole scene, which is awesome. I mean, again, I love how Subaru's just, like, how they were animated coming down. I mean, Subaru's reaching and they finally grasp and they just hold each other. The
crescendo when they grab each other's hands, bro.
It's peak, like, dude, I mean, I was gripping my burger like for dear life. Like, I was locked in, bro. I was, dude, it was so good, bro. I mean, I got fed today, bro, both in media and at work, bro. I ordered some gluttonous shit. Do not ask me what I ordered, bro. But as the episode wraps up, man, he's, dude, I'm not gonna lie, dude, Emilia, bro, she's nuts, bro, because the fact that she's falling and she has this straight ass face, bro, like, she's just embracing death. Like, Emilia, bro, she's kind of fucking tough, bro. She's tough, like capital T, like, bro, she's like, dude. No wonder DZ be going like crazy about Amelia, bro. Like, she is tough, man. She just embraces death towards the end, not even knowing it's the end, and they hold each other. And Subaru's like, no, this is not the end. I'll remember everything. And then, even if you forget me, I'll never forget any of you. And then we get the ReZero starting life in another world episode title drop, dude. If I could listen, man, like I said, they are lucky that I was at work, bro. Because if I was not at work, bro, I would have threw my chair across the room, bro. Like that, like, dude. This is why I watch, chat. Like, this is why I can't get enough of this medium. This is the shit right here that you just crystallize and you just inject into your vein, bro. It is so good. I can't believe that we got another title drop like this. And I don't think this is the first one. I'm pretty sure we've had this back in season 1, did we not? Wasn't it like episode 1? Was this title or something like that? I feel like we've had like another like similar title of like ReZero. Or is this the first time for the series?
Episode
that
1 was
we've had
the end of the beginning,
yeah.
The beginning of the end.
Okay. So maybe I'm tripping. But in that case then, so this episode, again, it really symbolically states that
it was episode 3.
Are really...
Life starts in another world
3.
from zero.
There we go. Okay, that's what I'm thinking about. Because I knew what happened earlier in the series. Something similar. But the fact that we get like the full series title drop, knowing the implications of what we're about to go into, you know what I mean? I mean, that is just excellent because once again, we are starting from the bottom. And this is very interesting because, again, I talked to one of my Sakuga buddies last week, and he was talking about how, he'd be interested to see if this goes into Core 2. I genuinely did not think Nubaru was going to go into Core 2, but it is. And he's going into it for the next 8 episodes. And that's very, very interesting. I have to admit, I am impressed.
Now, you avoided the confusion, but some people have not. Apparently, from what people are saying, every single reactor on YouTube is getting confused by it. They think that Subaru got his memories back there at the end, and that he's not Nubaru anymore. Okay,
so yeah, I was about to get to that too.
That's kind of crazy.
So, yeah, that is kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I can't imagine. I'm not gonna lie. That's such a massive leap in like judgment because when he says he's back, right? Like, I feel like that's him basically saying, I'm back to being focused and doing my damn best. Like, I know his memories aren't back, but Natsuki Subaru is back. You know what I mean? Like that. Mm-hmm. That is what I think that scene says. Like, right now, Natsuki Subaru is back, but not Natsuki Subaru. It's like the Natsuki Subaru that he needs to be is back for the sake of saving everybody. He's found his strength, and that strength defines Natsuki Subaru, and that has returned to him going into this next loop. And I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was tough as fuck that he woke up and just like had that facial expression and was like, I'm back. Like, oh my god, bro, I damn near wanted to throw something at the end of this episode.
I think people saw like the memory flash that was in like the memory hole or whatever when they were falling down, which by the way was sick. But I think they saw that, and I don't think that they were able to visually parse somehow. Right. I don't understand how, but somehow that was Nubaru's memories, not Natsuki Subaru.
Yeah, so what's interesting? I did go back and watch that scene again. And like if you're able to pause it, throughout, it's clearly all Nubaru. But I know it's like, I don't want to say clearly as if like if you didn't catch that and you're like, what are you doing? But like if you just if you're able to get like some very clean and clear frames of just some of the stuff, you can see that it's Nubaru, especially in just some scenes where you can see like his outfit and stuff like that, and like Ram's like overly pissed off, and all that good stuff. You can see, so because it just wouldn't make sense for him to kind of like, or for them to showcase all of Subaru's memories, knowing that he's not back. You know what
also,
I mean?
Like,
it's just like
for him to like get them back for like no particular reason as well.
Right. Exactly. And like when you go back to like the first opening too, and like the last few seconds of the opening where like he's rewinding for the first time too, like it just makes you think like, these are the memories that we, he's currently, undergoing through this season, all that good stuff. So, it only makes sense that in this particular moment that right now he's going through the memories that he has right now. Cause again, it's not a lot, but it is a lot it is intense to remember. You know what I mean? And so we get to the end of the episode. Natsuki Subaru. I'm not sure what Natsuki Subaru Nubru edition. That's what we'll call it. Is back, and now we are heading into core 2 with the
No, he doesn't.
He's found his strength once again. I don't know how he plans to overcome this trial. I still don't know. I really can't wait to figure out what exactly did he do. Like, what was his thought process going into this whole situation with his loss of memories? You know what I mean? We know that he went to the archive and he clearly touched some form of book. I hope that we do find out in core 2 his thought process leading up into that very moment, because I feel like that's going to make it come full circle for me, if possible. I would really like to know what his thought process was and what his plan was, because I don't know if he knew he would lose his memory or not, but if there was intention of some type of plan, I would like to know it. I think that this arc is a very, very, very it's almost like Teppei sat in a room and started thinking to myself, like, what is the soul of my series? And he's like taking time to really kind of go back and not only explore different sides, not necessarily different, but I guess different. It's different, but it's not, because again, it's still Subaru, and it's still the Subaru we know he's capable of being. But it's also like, you know, he's able to explore this side of Subaru where it's like, what if he was imposed of expectations that he doesn't even know exist? He didn't even know existed until a few minutes ago because he lost his memories. You know what I mean? And it's a really interesting soul searching arc that Arc 6 has become. And I am thoroughly impressed with what this arc has turned out to be. Again, I feel like calling this an amnesia arc is honestly, it's just too basic. You know what I mean? This is transcended this whole arc at this point. And I really love how memories transcend, because no matter how many times Subaru died this arc, the one thing that always came with Nubru outside is memories. You know what I mean? It's just memories. The things that you know, and they say that, people remember you in life by how you live and all that good stuff. And the more people remember you, you know, that's how you're defined when you die. So, you know, it's like for Natsuki Subaru, the one that we all know, the one that we all know and love, for him to essentially die right now, you know what I mean? And then Nubru, but Natsuki Subaru is technically alive, and all those things that people expect of him, all those memories, all those beliefs, all the, like it in a weird way, it's like Ram's anger towards Nubru, you know what I mean, is a testament to the way Natsuki Subaru lived. You know what I mean? Because it's showing that, it goes back to how, like I was saying, Subaru remembering Rem is, a testament to her existence. So her being angry is showing that how important Natsuki Subaru was and what he did and what he stood for the sake of her sister. And it's such a strong amount of beliefs into the one that we all know and love it's going to keep Subaru going into core 2.
It's this perspective too that makes me so sad. Like, so many people are so like negative on Ram in this arc, and how she's like having, I would say, pretty normal reactions. Like, the only thing that was pretty out of pocket is when she threw Amelia. That was pretty out of pocket.
Yeah, I agree. I honestly agree, man. Like, dude, the anime community, they just can't mentally handle any character like getting angry. Like, it's always like, especially like not even like trying to like make this like a serious like thing. You know what I mean?
I know. I already know.
Like, especially with women characters, man.
Yeah.
They do it all the time, and they blow it out of proportion. Like, women characters don't have the right to get angry. It's like you have a young sister who has protected her little sister all this time, and she can't even remember the fact that she protected her little sister all this time. But there is somebody in this world that holds that raison d'etre. You know what I mean? And when he forgets that, you know what I mean? It's just like, why is she even here at this point? You know what I mean? It's like she's holding on to him because she is the beacon in this darkness of surrounded by gluttony. You know what I mean? That he's the beacon to get through this. And I just don't get it, man. I wish people would really just slow down and really try to look at this in a very mature lens, because to me, that's just like the cringe culture of anime fans coming out and being like, "Oh, this short maid girl's getting angry at our Chad MC. What a bitch!" And it's like, dude, be serious, man. Like you you need to understand the type of series that you are navigating and consuming. Nobody in the show is immune to dark emotions. And the more intense the emotional stakes are, the darker that these emotions are going to be. And I don't want to like use the term justify, but it's understandable why she's doing the things that she does. She's a very logical character, but she's also very weak deep down in terms of like this emotional aspect in her life right now. She doesn't know how to get through this, but Subaru is that light. So when you lose that light, the only thing you can do is just rely on how you feel in the moment, especially when you don't know how to navigate this situation yourself. So, you know what I mean? It's just like, again, I get, and of course, the irony in this episode is the fact that they didn't even believe that Subaru was telling the truth and that he was, he's potentially an archbishop and all that good stuff. But I get it, but it's just like, man, people gotta cut Ram some slack, man.
I'm assuming, Hamill, you're probably like largely insulated from the context here. There's just been like a lot of Ram backlash for like, I would say, relatively human reactions to like bad things happening.
Yeah,
I think I've seen some of it.
Yeah,
but I like
rough.
Ram because I feel like she loves really hard, and so when she feels betrayed, even if it's like perhaps unjustly,
right?
It really hits harder than most, because I feel like she's very, very passionate about the people she surrounds herself with.
And right. I mean, we spoke about this when you were on for episode 3 as well, that like a lot of the events in episode 3 are happening because of the Ram and Subaru bond to begin with.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it's just, I don't know, man. Again, yeah, I hope people just chill on her, man. Like they really got to chill. It's not like she doesn't want to. It's not like she wants to act like this. You know what I mean? And I think that people just gotta remember, what's at stake for people. You know what I mean? And hypothetically, of course, put yourself in Ram's shoes. You know what I mean? Imagine you have a sibling and you can't remember that sibling, but you raised them and helped them and were attended their graduations. You know what I mean? And this one person that can help you remember it suddenly doesn't remember it anymore. Like you all would rightfully probably be angry too, because that's something that you can't get back. You know
it's
what
like,
I mean?
Like people will say that like, yeah, it's unfair of like Ram to be mad about it, but it's also like it's not fair to her either to like be in the situation. Like it sucks for everyone involved.
Yeah, no, that's true, because I mean, imagine if Rim didn't get involved with Subaru at all. You know what I mean? Rim might not have gone to fight the White Whale, which would have led to them getting jumped by Regulus and Glut. You know what I mean? And even though she's never explicitly blamed Subaru for that, you know what I mean? Just going off that logic of it's not fair. You know what I mean? It really isn't, and it's not their fault either that this is how things turn out. It's just ReZero is a very cruel world, as much as it can be very hopeful, and this is the result that they have to live through. It's the simple reality of the situation.
Out of curiosity, Hamill, I mean, you hear how we call him Nubru. Internally, do you guys have like a nickname for Amnesia Subaru, or do you guys just call him Subaru?
No, we just call him Subaru.
Damn it, dude.
Dude, Hamill, you gotta take this back to HQ, man.
Yeah,
like, Nubru. Can we call him Nubru by chance?
Yeah, man.
I guess there's usually not really a context to use it.
Yeah, that makes
sense.
Everything, if you talk about Subaru in like a meeting or like in general, then it's just going to be in a very specific context anyway. So we already know which one we're talking about anyway. We already know which one we're talking about.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, I heard on Japanese Twitter they were calling him Wreckage Kun.
Yeah. I yeah, that one's pretty good.
It's all right. I mean, New Brew's pretty good though, but what do I know? I guess.
This guy, man.
Nuber is great. Nuber is great. You cooked.
Thanks, man. You also mentioned viewing party. I'm assuming you guys do that for like every episode. That's like when it's like wrapped.
Yeah, I mean, I say party, but it's not a party.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
we just get together at the studio and watch the episode on like a screen.
And
And
is that like usually? I don't want to say like immediately after like an episode is wrapped, but like because I'm assuming like schedule permitting. I'm assuming
it's for
there's like some set time though.
it's for the broadcast. So
Oh, that makes
when it
sense.
broadcasts on Tokyo MX, we all watch the live.
Okay, I
That
was okay. That
that's
makes
what
sense.
we gather.
I just assumed that you guys would have been like watching it like when that shit was done, like in the studio, just like being like, "Look at what we did, guys."
Oh nah. I mean, sometimes like me or like one other PA, like if I'm working on an episode, then the PA for that episode, we might get together and kind of like not look at the final thing, but look at like the almost kind of final
Right.
thing and just kind of like, make sure everything's good or like not even like for work purposes, but to just see like how things turned out.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody like we're not going to get everybody together to watch like a new thing as soon as like the Shirobako is available, like
Yeah, yeah.
the final copy is. We would just watch it at broadcast.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I was just under the assumption it was kind of like I don't know, but I have no idea what Western animation, but like Western like filmmaking and stuff at the very least, because that's like my only realm of knowledge. Is like as soon as you guys have like a final cut, I thought you guys might be in there like watching that shit together or something.
Oh, I mean, nah, we already watch it like so many times throughout the
Yeah.
process. So if you go and watch it again, it would just be like repeating something that you did like the week before, anyways.
Yeah.
So
I was also wondering, obviously your case is different because you've actually gone through and you've read the novel now. But I was curious, like how much like narrative context you guys might have on any particular thing. And I guess this doesn't have to be a ReZero specific question either, since like I said, you've already read the novel. But for like other things you might have worked on, how much like narrative context are you given to certain scenes?
well, typically the vast majority of people working on the production don't really need to know stuff outside
Mm-hmm.
of the thing that they're directly involved with.
Mm-hmm.
And that goes, I mean, that's pretty much for almost everyone except for the director, obviously. Shinohara, of course, knows everything and he's very, very, he makes sure like everything is, yeah, he has to know.
Right.
But like anything below that, people just need to know the context of the episode they're working on
Uh-huh.
or the scene that they're doing. And down to the animator level, you don't even need to know that much. I mean, it helps too sometimes, but it also, if you overload the information to the animator, it could also create like negative effects as well.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're just, if some animator is working on a scene and they're not really involved in the source material, we're not going to like, you don't want to push like stuff that they don't need to know about the scene onto them. You just explain what characters are showing up, what's the context of the overall surrounding stuff, just the information they need to do the job effectively. I
That
mean,
makes
my
sense.
case is I just, me going and reading the novels is like a total, the web novel, I should say. Me reading it is like totally just a me thing that I wanted to do. In terms of
Yeah.
work, it's not actually something that most people need to do, other than, of course, the director.
Yeah, because like within the context of like episode 11 especially, which obviously I know you weren't on the episode, but I was thinking like, so many of these scenes are so emotionally charged. They're filled with like so much context for like this series at large, because like Arc 6 Chapter 54 is filled with so many like callbacks and so many references to older things throughout the series. Why did the 6-7 clapper start playing? Did I say 6-7? I don't think I did. Anyway, but I was wondering like how much context is anybody given for like these particular scenes, because even something as minor, and this could have been a director thing, I have no idea how it works. Something as minor as like the what is your name scene at the very, very end. Subaru has the same scratch on his cheek that he did back in episode 3 when he asked for Amelia's name.
I'm not 100% sure, but Shinohara tends to like do stuff like that. He tends to pay very close attention to like making callbacks to like the earlier episodes. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's like very deliberately involved in that decision, but I don't know either.
Okay. That's interesting. So it sounds like a lot of like super minute details, or like super like, I guess like ReZero dork information is probably coming from like top down.
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay, that's interesting. I know some people wanted to know as well, although you might have already touched on this earlier when you said that, especially back during season 3, there wasn't really much time to like work specifically with people. If you have any like interesting anecdotes with working with people like Shinohara.
I just like working with Shinohara. He like, it's why I've been doing ReZero for so long. I wouldn't do it for so long if I wasn't like vibing with the director. But he's very big on details, and the way he perceives action, or the way he like talks about action, and I talk to him about action, I feel like we have kind of a similar idea about like how it's supposed to be used in the story, and how it's supposed to be a vehicle for these characters to like develop and not just be like some flashy thing for the most part. I think we have like pretty similar ideas about that, and he usually is open to hearing about interpretations about that. So it's a lot of fun. I honestly, in terms of particular stories, man, I have one, but it's like for one of the future episodes. So
we'll just have to have you back on again, dude.
Oh no! Don't tease me like that, Hamil. No.
But yeah, it's just whenever I have something that I want to talk to him about, he's always very open. He's always very like cool-headed. He's always like down to listen to stuff.
That's cool. No, because I remember this might have been like Anime Expo 2024. I think it had a Shinohara interview in which he stated that like we're really paying attention to like lore details, or like specific ReZero details this time around. And so I guess it's also like a similar thing to how much context does the average animator have. But if most of those calls are coming from Shinohara, then yeah, I guess that makes sense that he's got to be like the dude hitting the fucking books, hitting the library, like the meme about like the really buff guy and the guy with the big ass head. That's Shinohara like absorbing all the ReZero information to do all the callbacks.
Yeah, he's got to be the guy, and that's that's kind of just how it has to work because he has to like, the way it works in anime is your director is, it's top down. There's not like, when we talk about the vision, obviously there's Tape as well, and he's involved.
Yeah.
And the top guys, the sound director and everybody, them together, that's the unit that needs to know everything. And then everybody below that is kind of like, you just need to do your job. And even some directors, there are other series where the director is actually a lot less involved with the source material, but they still do an excellent job anyways. So it's, when we talk about like understanding source material, it's not as big of a thing as you might think when making animation. There just needs to be one guy who keeps everything in check. But all like the episode directors and everything, a lot of them they haven't read ReZero, but that's what it means to be good at their job. Is like
That's really
they can see the script, they can see the scenario, and even without reading ReZero, even without fully like being immersed in it, they know how to execute and to elicit the kind of emotion that you need from the episode. I mean, that's why they do what they do. If they have to read the material of everything they work on, they're about to lose like
nightmare.
years.
Especially as long as ReZero, dude. Imagine you get on like season 9, you're on like fucking arc 12, and someone's like, you gotta get through all this and then you can start your work, alright? It'd be a disaster.
It'd be impossible.
Okay, that makes sense. And I know you briefly mentioned Tape, and also I know that, or at least I assume that your station, you might not be even interacting with them that much. Do you have any idea at all how deep his involvement goes?
I don't know like particulars, but you see him around.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Not always at the studio, but actually he does come to the studio sometimes, but yeah, he's, I guess the what I can say is that he is involved for sure.
Okay.
That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, I
Good
know
to
you're working, you look up and Tape's just like walking around instead of writing chapters, dude. What the hell, man?
Sometimes I don't see him in person a lot, but he always brings snacks.
Oh, really?
So usually when I show up to work, he might already be like in a meeting or something, or he might be gone, so I don't get the chance to see him. But he always brings like these really fancy snacks from like some really good shop in the downtown, and the cookies. Those cookies are so good, bro. You got to get them within like an hour, or else everybody's just taking them and they're gone.
That's so funny, dude.
Those
That's actually
cookies
dope, though. That's actually sick that he's bringing snacks for you guys. That's very cute. I like that.
Yeah, man. Those cookies are like delicious.
Because I mean, I know it's I'm pretty sure we talked about this during episode when you were on for episode 3 as well. There's a lot of decisions that are made that you have no involvement in because it's not your fucking station. A lot of people are just like poking around for answers about particular things that are or are not in the episodes, or like they're looking around for like, oh, who can I blame? Who can I put, who can I put the blame on for this? And it's like, I don't know, every single time that you hear about anime production, it sounds more and more that it's like just like a continually moving machine with so many hands involved that there's a lot of decisions being made at all times. And also for the sake of novel adaptations, sometimes you have to make hard decisions for things that aren't going to stick around.
It's always a compromise.
Yeah.
And no one person has like, well, in ReZero's case, I don't think any one person has like complete control. There are a lot of things in season 3 that I feel like were really out of Shinohara's control. Like I felt for him at some points, because genuinely, like, man, what he had to work with was like, anyway, I'm not gonna get too much into it, but yeah, everybody's got to make some, Shinohara can't get exactly what he wants. Tape can't get exactly what he wants. You just gotta like find something that can be done with the circumstances that you're in. But that, it depends on the production. There's some stuff where, typically you can't do it with something like ReZero, but with a manga, there could be like a director who just has a total grip on everything.
Yeah.
And it's their vision. Kind of like Goso.
I was gonna say,
with JJK, it feels like when Goso gets in the meeting room. I mean, this is totally coming out of my butt, but like, it feels like when Goso gets in the meeting room with the mangaka for JJK, he's just like, "Yo, bro, I'm thinking about doing this, this, and that," and then the mangaka is just like, "Hell yeah, man, that sounds awesome. Let's do it." It's totally out of my butt, but I feel like the meetings go like that because he really has like
dude,
total. It's his vision,
the
100%.
product that comes out is insane.
Yeah, that's what you can get if you have something that's as malleable as JJK and you have a director with a really, really strong personality. But again, it depends on the material. You can't do that with ReZero. That would be crazy. You'd mess up everything.
So, yeah, I mean, it's a shame because like, obviously there's only so many questions that you can answer, and I know that there's so many questions that people have that are going to be like outside of your station. But I remember, I think Shinohara stated something about season 3 that he really wanted to focus on the relationship between Emilia and Subaru. That was one of his focal points for season 3. Are you aware of anything kind of similar to that for season 4?
Not really, no. I didn't have any kind of conversation with him about it. I'm sure if I did, he would, have a very particular plan or vision or a theme that he wants to focus on. But I can't think of anything in particular.
Yeah.
I can ask him after.
Yeah, sure, man. Because I mean, like Jordan was talking about too, it was like how much of this arc kind of feels like it's gone back to some of like the core of ReZero. Some of like these deep character introspections, these deep character explorations, and I am certainly curious especially like what the team feels like some of the priorities for them are in capturing some of this stuff.
Yeah, well, whatever it is, I think, this is just purely from my point of view, but I think Shinohara is, and others as well, are more excited or more happy with how things are going in season 4. Because, I mean, for one example, like a few episodes ago, I think like episode 8, like Shinohara himself actually pulled up to the broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
And he usually doesn't. It's usually just like other, production people, myself, maybe another animator. But for episode 8, he pulled up and he was like, maybe he just had free time and he was just like, okay, might as well go. But maybe he actually, was actually very happy with how it turned out, because before he didn't really pull up to the viewing parties, at least the ones that I was going to.
I mean, yeah, it sounds like you guys were dealt a really fucking rough hand with season 3. Not even production circumstances, of course, but also like how demanding probably some of that content was to adapt as well, because it's kind of on the gas the whole time.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for like anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say what they're feeling, but just for my job, from the doing action purely from that perspective, it was difficult.
Yeah.
We had a lot of, man, there was I know the people who, like season 3, they like it because it did turn out to look pretty good overall,
mm-hmm.
in terms of like animation quality and like production standards that you would expect from ReZero. But, as somebody who was there, man, there are some things where I just can't go back and rewatch from that season because I feel like we just didn't reach the potential of what it was supposed to be.
Damn.
And that's purely because of, and again, purely on the action front, but it's purely because the personnel just wasn't there.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna make, it's like you're making a season of as if you want to make a season of JJK. You need people who can do action. It's not
Yeah.
like it's non-negotiable.
Yeah. That sucks though. I mean, obviously on a much smaller scale, because what you guys do making animes, that shit's fucking arcane magic to me. I can't understand it. But like, yeah, on a much smaller scale, I understand the feeling of like working your ass off, and then, you know, unfortunately you got deadlines or what have you, lack of resources, you finish up what you're working on, and you're not satisfied with it. And you're like, damn, I do this with like almost everything I make. I can't go back and watch it. I feel like it's gonna hurt my feelings if I do.
Yeah. No, for sure. There are some episodes where I'm just like, Jesus Christ, how do we fumble it? even though for like most people it's like pretty well received.
Yeah.
But you just can't help but feel it sometimes. It's like it should have been more.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Are there, I mean, like we talked about last time you were on too, you guys don't fucking pay attention to what the English fandom is talking about. And also, we don't know what the Japanese fandom has been talking about at all. Has there been any, like, reception from, like, the JP community about anything that has, like, surprised you?
Let me think.
Because I know it's, like, some of the reception in, like, the Western community to, like, episode 11, I'm kind of shocked. But then I also realize it's because that none of them have fucking read a light novel, and they're all web novel Andrews, and they don't know how they don't know how all the pacing and all the events and all the sequences have changed from web novel to light novel. But you guys are probably aren't gonna have that problem as much.
I mean, surprisingly, besides like the memes and stuff, surprisingly, people tend to kind of like, you know, talk about similar stuff.
Yeah.
At least, you know, if you're comparing it with like the English speaking fans who are actually like speaking like normal human beings and not like
Yeah.
doing some crazy meme or like performative thing.
Yeah.
If you take those people on the English side and like the Japanese speaking people, then people, you know, I think people tend to react to similar stuff and be focused on like the same kind of things. At least that's how my Twitter feed looks like.
I see. So you have like an equal amount of people who are talking about how sexy Subaru is when he's dying.
Yeah, like this week, Anastasia this week.
Oh,
People
yeah.
really like her hair down over like dying, even though she's bleeding out.
Yeah.
She looks really good.
No, she did. She did. I mean, that does make sense, yeah. A lot of people like to, I don't really know the word to say for it, but they like to really other, I guess, like foreign communities. And I think to some extent, I would expect some slightly different reactions or some slightly different interpretations, right? Just because, like, of different cultures and different languages and such. But I've always felt that people way overplay it.
There's nuances, but you know, everybody watching the anime is watching the same anime, and everybody who likes ReZero probably likes it for, you know, there's groups of people who like it for similar reasons, regardless of where you're from.
Mm-hmm.
So, especially like novel readers, I think on the Japanese side, they're usually looking forward to the same kind of stuff that people on the English-speaking side are.
No, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, like you said, it's like this. It's the same thing. We're all reading it / watching, minus like, I guess, minor translation quirks and differentiations. Right? It's basically all the same.
Yeah, at least from what I can perceive.
Yeah. Have you been improving your Japanese, Hamil? Have you been keeping up on it?
I mean, it gets better every day, but still, sometimes it feels like there's always moments where you're just like, holy crap, I need to get better. I mean, everything's things go smoothly now because I can hold basically conversations, any kind of conversation I need to. But yeah, there's just still such a high barrier.
It's not an easy language. At least, like, I don't know, like, your backstory or whatever, but, like, for, you know, being just, like, an English-only Andrew, it is not easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's me too. If you're going from English as your primary, then going to Japanese is I think it's pretty tough.
So, like, when you first started in, like, the anime industry, how did you, like, have any Japanese skill at that point at all, or were you, like, blind firing?
Nah, you just machine translate. I mean, I was studying a little bit, so you know, some basic grammar and phrases.
Yeah.
At the start, but for the most part, when you know, because I was still remote at that time, still in America, so you just talk with the machine translator, and sometimes the PAs from the Japanese companies, they would machine translate for you, or so they would send you some super broken English, like, hey. So like, it's pretty bad. Like, I feel like it's a lot worse going from Japanese to English with those translators than it is to go from English to Japanese for some reason. But when it comes to when those messages come in English, it's like, Jesus, man, it's like you can barely make out what's going on.
It's kind of scary sometimes, man. When like the first times that like you try to interact with like a native speaker, it's scary, dude. Like I freeze up at the function, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you talk to native Japanese people at all?
Oh, barely. No. The last thing I did is I typed up a DM to Shinohara like 2 months ago. He didn't respond.
Oh, so. For real?
Yeah, he didn't respond. So
oh wait, I remember you mentioning that in a couple of streams, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't respond, so we moved past it. But I tried my best.
Man, I mean, good on you. Good effort.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I think if Shinohara could speak English, I feel like he'd actually be down. But it's tough.
Yeah, no, I've reached out to Shinohara and Sagawa, but specifically not for stream because I don't think that would work. I think that would just be a bad idea. I think written interviews would be better to talk to them.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said, man, good effort.
Yeah, I've tried. I've shot a lot of shots that I shouldn't be hitting, but here we are, I guess.
I mean, you're doing fine, right?
I think so.
Didn't you say you got a couple of guests for the next core?
I do, yeah, I do. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure how much I should talk about them quite yet. You know, maybe I should let these people.
No, you don't. No, please don't talk about them at all. I'm just like, that's fun, exciting.
Let the chatters stir in it for a while, but yeah, I do, and I'm looking forward to it too. And I mean, of course, as usual, if you ever want to come back for Core 2, you're always free, man. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. I mean, wouldn't it be funny if like I actually just left the production after episode 6 and right now I'm just like LARPing as staff.
That'd be awesome, man. That'd be W LARPing, dude. Holy shit.
That'd be a crazy LARP.
I am very interested to see the work you guys have coming for Core 2. I know that I'm sure I can't imagine how grateful you guys are for this 2-month break too. Like,
yeah, it's necessary.
I can only imagine if you guys had 19 consecutive. But
no, I would have crashed out.
I am actually curious about this, Hamil. With this split that's been introduced with ReZero, because you know there's always been an interesting talk about how like these days it's rare that anime go for 2 core productions. You know, I think like I think if anything, Bones, surprisingly enough, is one of the ones that are still pushing to maintain 2 cores. But is the split pretty much the new standard for ReZero going forward? Like, should we always expect 2 cores and a break in between, you think?
I have no idea, to be entirely honest.
Okay. Okay. I was just curious because I've noticed that this is it's not like it's a problem. Honestly, it's relatively better, quite frankly, because I know how strenuous productions can get, especially just going past the 13 episode mark at the most, let alone just 1 core. But I was just curious because ReZero seems to be kind of keeping it, and it's definitely, I think it's working. You know what I mean? I hope it's working for everybody, all parties involved. But I was just curious. If that's kind of
Yeah,
like the new thing, and if that's what we should expect going forward. But of course, I think that's more of a you cross that bridge when you find out, right?
yeah. I mean, the ideal is always consecutive cores, of course,
Right.
but nobody expects that these days anymore. There are of
Right.
course some productions who can still pull it off, but
Yeah.
the industry today, you just to pull it off, it's very, very difficult because before, things are, I mean, just by the line count on the designs these days,
Mhm.
the level of quality that you need to have, you can't. I mean, sometimes people like talk about old anime like it was like the gold standard.
Mhm.
Man, they were making some BS back in the day, bro. People,
Yeah.
I don't think people only look at like the good stuff they used to make. They were making some like just totally broken stuff. But
Yeah.
nowadays, you can't really do that. If you there's so much competition nowadays. Like if you want a time slot for your anime and you got to compete with shows that are coming out like Jujutsu Kaisen or Chainsaw Man or like anything that somebody like Wit or A1 is making,
Mhm.
there's real competition now. You can't just make some like whatever anime because you're not gonna get a time slot.
Mhm.
So
Right.
people need to reach a certain quality, and a lot of places are still figuring out like how to actually get to that standard and maintain that standard. It's different. You can't, like I said, you have to make something good nowadays. And because of that, and because of the increased line count on the character designs, just the overall increased difficulty and quality, this is kind of why there's things are more commonly split core,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
the amount of work required is just different. And also other industries, there's also like a lack of animators right now, so there's just in general more production issues because there's so many anime being made and not enough
Right.
animator. The number of animators hasn't really changed, even though the number of productions is rocketing.
Yeah, it's very interesting because like you look at like post MHA Bones, and they are firing on all 4 cylinders right now. They've got Gachi Kuta in the oven. They're doing Daemons right now. They're doing Fate Rewinder by that really talented director from Kekai Sensen. I can't remember the name for them right now, but I should know their name. And then that's not including, whenever Bungo Stray Dogs might come back, you know what I mean? And then you also looking at stuff like Science Saru, who is really amping up the heat over there because they came out swinging with Dawn to Dawn. Then they did Sonda. Now they're doing Ghost in the Shell and The Witch of Mongolia, which both of them premiere this summer. And then you also look at productions like Dawn to Dawn as well, funny enough, which you can clearly tell Dawn to Dawn season 1 was supposed to be 24 episodes just based off where it ended, but it clearly got split up to 2 cores, and season 2 was called Core 2, or Core 2 was called season 2 overall.
Sounds familiar.
In my opinion, I feel like it's the same thing with Witch Hat too, because I feel like the Witch Hat anime is ending in a very, very interesting spot to just end it where it's about to end next week. But they already announced season 2. You know what I mean? And I think it's becoming increasingly more obvious that a lot of these series are just cutting their 24 cores or 24 episodes down to one core and just calling core 2 season 2.
Yeah,
Which, I mean, hey, if it buys
I was
them
gonna
time.
talk about this exactly too. Yeah.
Yeah, like if it buys them
Witch Hat-
time.
I mean, just look at Witch Hat. Witch Hat is insane. That
Yeah.
the amount of lines and like sometimes even what's it called, cross hatching on like each drawing.
Yeah.
There,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it's public information, but you know, I think a lot of people know how Witch Hat got delayed for like quite a while. Like
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
supposed to release. It was supposed to release a certain time. It kept getting pushed back and pushed back.
Yeah.
Man,
Yep.
I got some friends at Bug Films too. It's tough work, bro. To just
I believe it.
every cut is like movie quality.
Yeah. It honestly, I'm honestly surprised with how well they've been able to hang in there, especially with the Pinnacle episode with, I'm sure you probably heard about the Dragon episodes and all that good stuff, and that whole conflict. Yeah. So like, again, when that whole episode, the whole 2 episodes with the dragon, because for one, I was surprised that the dragon was all hand drawn. They didn't really use any like of that more noticeable CGI, and then the episode following with the the Quifree climax of him coming in and all that good stuff, that was extremely well done. And I heard that cut took a extremely long time for the person who drew that, and I understand, and I can't blame them for splitting it up, because Witch Hat is literally like you're drawing an anime that is about drawing as well. So it's like you're double timing it, you know what I mean? You're having to draw these characters, also draw different sigils, different symbols, and then you also have to bring that magic to life. And then there's also a lot of detail in their outfits, and then there's also this special detail with the anime adaptation about how they bring the paneling to life, because the author of Witch Hat is known to have some really creative paneling, and they've been doing that with the opening that I saw in some shots. And then it's a lot. It's a lot, and I've really noticed that as the seasonal structure has kept going on. I mean, even this season, Wistoria, as much as I love Wistoria, you can just tell they have been struggling tooth and nail to really keep it going. And that's like a Bandai Namco X like Actus collaboration too, you know what I mean? And it's a trip. So I was wondering, because I think the break that you guys get, I honestly hope that it does continue to work in the best. And if that ends up becoming the standard for ReZero going forward, I power to you guys, truthfully, because I think that needs to be the standard, or implemented more often among different studios, knowing you guys don't have the manpower like you used to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a thing of nobody like realistically wants it, but if it's necessary, then it's necessary. The last thing you want to do is bottleneck a production and then they collapse during broadcasts. That's the worst case scenario.
Yeah, I remember a couple of romance anime that had to pretty much go on hiatus until they got it all the way back together. And truthfully, I feel like it's because there's so much anime coming out these days that
I mean, like every time you hear like some fucking conglomerate talking, they're like, I'm thinking that we should produce more anime. And it's like, okay, I think you guys already produce a lot, don't you? You guys want to do more?
Yeah. It's like, man, that's just, I feel like any series or any studio handling like one Shonen Titan is already enough work. You know what I mean? I can't believe Mappa is juggling 2 of the biggest Titans right now. And I'm sure that,
I mean, dude, like
Kawarabashi,
MHA was like flying under the buzzer every goddamn year.
Yeah.
I don't know how they did that.
I really don't either. That's just, with Bones, man, Bone, like funny enough, like no pun intended, but Bones just really has like some bones, man. Like they really just kept it together, and I know, man, but that's the truth though, man. It's like they kept a lot of their stuff in house. They didn't let a bunch of freelancers come by and do what they need to, or do what they wanted to. They spent MHA was like their big training ground too for a lot of stuff. So it's like now you're looking at Gotcha and Fate Rewinder and Daemons of the Shadow Realm, which is probably their most.
The sad thing about MHA's production for so long is that like I have no idea what this was, but like MHA was like the golden child of so many like Sakuga communities, I don't know why, because this was like a yearly production that essentially, I don't want to say collapsed, that's a little bit dramatic, but potentially equally dramatic, but I don't mean it as intense, fell apart in the second core every single time. And
Yeah.
I hate to say it, MHA did not look all that good. So we were pumping out this anime every single year, and like we were turning our staff to dust every single year. Although from what I've heard, I don't know this for certain, so anyone can correct me if they want to. Especially at the time, Bones relatively had better working conditions than other places. That could be wrong. I've heard it secondhand, but and it's really like, well, people liked it and they bought like the Blu-rays and stuff. So like the numbers looked good, man.
Yeah. On top of the
Yep.
movie as well.
Oh yeah, don't even start the movie.
Yeah, even if you get through 2 cores, and especially 2 cores in a row, like somebody probably had to sacrifice their life in the second core
Yeah.
to get it done. That's
yeah.
how it is these days. Like you need some like Herculean effort from the character designer or some several top level people who are just like ridiculously passionate about it.
Yeah.
And then even then it's kind of a coin flip whether you can make it the level of quality that it ought to be or you
Yeah.
want it to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I can only imagine like how, because I know, and Jordan, you probably fucking remember this too. It's during season 4, the Endeavor episode, the final episode of season
Yeah.
4. It's been a long time. My memory on this could be hazy. I feel like wasn't that episode finished day of, like day of air?
I do feel like we heard that. Yeah, I remember.
And I'm like, I
feel
can
it, 'cause
only imagine.
I know that was the episode that had Utapon and it had Shu,
Yeah.
Sugita, the big finisher guy who did Deku's
Yeah.
Final Punch too. So I know those two, you know what I mean, alone probably had people, cleaning up and all that good stuff. But on top of that, everything else in between, and it was an ambitious episode. MHA honestly was just like a ginormous bulldoze effort because it did attract a lot of people too. You know what I mean? Like nobody
Yeah.
expected for us to get like Jason Yao and homeboy who would also not mimic, but had like a strong inspiration towards Nakamura. I forgot his name, but he did like a lot of like the big stuff and the final season. Nobody would have expected to have those two hitters come by, but I guess the series, as intense as the production was, the series itself was just such a inspiring. Yes, there we go. Hirota, yeah. Jason Yao and Hirota, among plenty of other people, of course, too. You know what I mean? And then Naomi Nakayama too, also stepping up to the plate with the endings, and then she ended up becoming director in the final home stretch. Like that, it just attracted a lot of people too. I think maybe that's more so credit we give to Horikoshi for just the type of series he created that ended up being a fan for animators. You know what I mean? But it was a giant bulldoze effort too.
So I guess I do have a question. It's fine if you don't want to answer because I know it's like getting into the kind of like the nitty gritty. Is there like a particular episode, like one that's like already aired, or like a ReZero in particular that's been like this was like really cutting it close, and like this was, like you said, like a Herculean effort to get this one completed?
I mean, on the back end of season 3, like damn near every episode felt like that.
Damn.
I mean, it wasn't that bad.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen far worse. Like I've seen where I've done things where you have that kind of situation where you only finish the episodes like a few days before airing.
Mm-hmm.
The worst we did was like maybe like a week before airing. That was like the worst. But we were able to pull through because we had some very committed people.
Yeah.
And everyone was working their butt off, which was, I mean, in a sense, it was kind of fun to be at the studio during that time, and everyone was like really putting in the effort.
Yeah, there's like a certain like camaraderie to it.
Yeah. I mean, 63, 64, those were tough. Those were really, really tough episodes.
Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
I mean, thank the stars that Vincent came by for 63,
Mhm.
because that took a huge load off. Because if Vincent wasn't doing that scene, then I would have had to do it on top of all the other stuff that I already was doing,
like you said, you
and
were
it
getting
would have
passed around
been
like a blunt.
at the best. At the best, that would have turned out like mediocre. But Vincent saved my bitch ass life for real on that episode.
Power of the French, man. He's that guy.
I mean, that
That
makes
guy.
sense, yeah. It especially makes sense because of how late it is in the season. So those are, at least from my knowledge, those are usually the ones where you guys, and when I say you guys, I just mean animators in general, usually fucking fighting for your lives. So
Yeah. It was tough, but not, I mean, definitely not the worst I've seen.
yeah.
Definitely not.
And I guess out of fairness too, I should ask, are there any episodes in particular that stand out as like working on this episode was like a fantastic time? Working on this episode was like one of like my best experiences working on the anime or whatever. Are there any like that stand out to you in particular about being really good working experiences?
I think, you know, my answer is kind of going to be weird because I think episode 62, the Regulus episode,
Mhm.
you know, I feel like, because at the same time, I also feel like I should have done more on that episode. I wanted to do more, but also with what we were able to do and what we were able to come out with was actually super rewarding and impressive.
Mm.
I can't believe we got out of that one alive. Somehow we did like the Otsuki, the Anshitsu, the episode director.
Mhm.
She had like a few tricks up her sleeve, and the director as well. So, you know, things that were really coming down to the wire, we were able to kind of like fix with some tricks.
Mhm.
And then also I was doing as much supervision as I possibly could in the time frame that I had.
Mhm.
But I didn't get to all the cuts that I wanted to really, you know, fix up. But it was a really good episode where, you know, when it came down to like crunch time, it was everybody was locked in, and we got something pretty good out of it, which would like a few weeks before airing, it would be hard to believe that we could pull something off. But yeah, things get pretty incredible when you get down to like crunch time. I'm sure
Yeah.
game developers would understand this as well, but like
Yeah.
it's pretty incredible what you can do like when you're under extreme pressure.
Yeah. I mean, I can only imagine. Like I said earlier, like the fucking the work you guys do feels like arcade magic. So like, I can't believe how an anime episode in general even comes together. The fact that you guys are making like double digits of them, and when shit really gets down to the wire, the fact that you guys can operate under the pressure and be like, okay, we gotta start getting inventive. We gotta start. It's a really interesting discussion about how in some cases, not to say that crunch is good, because I'm not saying that, okay, but in some cases, this limitation can breed creativity in itself.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, for the to be fair, it's magic to me too. I mean, you know, one thing about ReZero is that, like, comp is pretty consistently always strong.
Mhm.
Like,
True.
compositing. So
Yeah.
a lot of times, I draw something that I think, all right, this is gonna look like cheeks, but or you see layouts where you're like, how are we gonna make this work? But in the end, it actually looks way better than I thought it would.
Mm.
And a lot of that is because of comp people in other departments doing like literal magic.
Yeah.
So that stuff is magic to me too.
It must be awesome, man. Like, it just sounds awesome. Like, you have so many like fun anecdotes, and like you have. It sounds like you guys have a lot of trust in each other and a lot of good camaraderie built too. It sounds like a great team.
The ReZero team is like, you know, we might not always have like the best foundation,
Mhm.
but I really like working with these people for sure.
Someone asked, probably like 2 hours ago now. I've kept it in my mind, and they asked like, are there any particular animators that you'd like to give a shout out to, especially for this like some of this recent work?
I mean, you know, this episode and, you know, episodes prior, including episode 6 as well, you know, Hoodie Boy has been very reliable.
Mhm.
He's been doing pretty consistent, good work. I think in episode 6, he's the only other action animator who I didn't have to do any supervision on.
Damn.
Everybody else, there were some cuts here or there where, you know, it either needed to be like adjusted or reworked.
Hmm.
But Hoodie Boy, he's good at what he does for sure. So, you know, obviously there are other supervisors who may be involved with adjusting certain things, but in terms of like pure action feeling, like timing, shapes, where, you know, if there's problems there, then I would usually be involved somehow. I really didn't have to look at Hoodie Boy stuff at all. So, yeah, I'm grateful that and also that's partly because like when we were looking at the storyboard and we knew that Hoodie Boy was going to be involved, you know, I was talking with the PA about the episode 6 PA.
Mhm.
We actually looked at the cuts and we decided, you know, who would be best suited for what. And so I suggested that, you know, Hoodie Boy, because originally I was supposed to do the Jewel scene.
Oh, okay.
But, you know, there were other places that I felt like, but it's like because we had Hoodie Boy, I was like, actually, I think we can leave this to him because it looks like something that's up his alley.
Right.
And then I can focus on other stuff that might be pretty tough.
I guess
So, yeah.
a question I've had for a while too is, and this kind of dipped into it, although this might be like particular to what you do, specifically how like anime episode staff allocation works. Like, I'm sure there are multiple branches, like branching paths here of who makes what decision, but I guess like a base principle, how is it decided who is doing what, who is going where? This might be too big of a question though.
To be honest, most of the time, there's not enough time to think about it.
Okay.
You just have your spreadsheet, you have an idea, and I'm talking about for PAs.
Mhm.
Like, obviously, I don't do the work, but from what I've seen and from what most PAs tell me, it's like you just, like, who's specialized in what. It's like you don't have really time to figure this out. You have your allocation chart, you know generally who's good at like acting, who's good at action,
Mhm.
and then you kind of just go a little randomly from there. And then in good circumstances, like the scenario that I just talked about, then you can have a little time to be more specific about the allocations. But a lot of it also has to do with experience of the PA, because most PAs in this industry are new, and you know the turnover rate is incredibly high. It's
Oh, really?
by far the hardest job in this industry, because you have to deal with like dozens of animators every single day.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys know this, but animators are not exactly fun people to work with sometimes. It can be very,
I've
very
heard.
tough. So they deal with dozens of, you know, people every day who are all have their own things going on. Sometimes they're late, sometimes they're lazy, sometimes they're just difficult to work with.
Production assistant.
But
Kirby.
most of those people are new. The PAs doing that kind of work. So they don't necessarily know like who should go where because they're not experienced enough to understand who's, what animator is good at what,
Right.
or how I should allocate my resources. They need to kind of figure that.
That does make sense. Like you're fresh on a team, like you're not gonna know everyone's strengths. Yeah.
For season 3, many of the PAs were new. Now that's another thing that I probably should have mentioned before when talking about the difference between 3 and 4, is that those PAs were new. Their first year is on season 3.
Oh.
They're really trying to figure things out. And now on season 4, I mean, it's only like a couple of years, but they look like veterans because you have to learn so fast.
Yeah.
So if you stick around for like in that job, if you don't quit and you stick around for a couple of years, you gain so much so fast.
That makes sense.
And so now they're kind of a lot more accustomed to the pace, the pipeline, what needs to be done on a day-to-day basis. And that's also partly what contributes to things being smoother.
That's interesting, yeah. 'Cause I mean, someone like me who is not super familiar with production, I wouldn't have ever thought about that, but that makes a lot of sense when you put it that way.
Yeah, the PA work is very, very difficult, and it doesn't get talked about very much in comparison with other positions in this industry, but it's brutal work because the way they do it is you have one PA assigned to one episode. So you're coming out of school and you have an entire episode of ReZero.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Like, you just got here.
ReZero para Hajimeru Isekai Seikatsu. That anime. You just you pull up and hey, this episode is all you, baby.
You gotta figure it out, pal. Have fun.
That's crazy. Like insane stress. More so than it's a different kind of stress than animator stress.
Bro,
animators don't really need to worry about like dealing with so many people all the time, and you can kind of just like dissociate and just focus on your drawings.
Yeah.
PA is different. I 100% believe that it's the hardest job in the industry, and it's why so many people quit. It's very, very difficult work.
I didn't know it was like that. I didn't know so many of them quit either. That's really interesting.
Tons of them quit. First year, second year. It's too difficult.
Is it one of those things where like there's a really high turnover rate for people who are like new to it, but if they stick around for a long time, would you expect them to be around for a long time, or is there like a high turnover rate just overall?
If they stick around, if they make it past like the first 3 or 4 years, I think there's a good chance they'll be around for a very long time.
Okay.
Because they kind of just, I mean, I guess it means that they're kind of just built for it.
Yeah.
Or they know that it's like, yeah, this is what I want to do for sure.
Danger in chat asks, a lot of PAs also get promoted to episode directors. How does that go?
Yeah. PAs typically, they'll move up the pipeline. Some go into like Enshitsu, like episode director. Others will go on the more producer end. But in terms of episode directors, there's typically 2 paths, which is animator to Enshitsu and PA to Enshitsu, like production assistant to Enshitsu. And yeah, you have to be very studious if you want to make that jump from PA to episode director. You have to learn a lot, be tutored a lot, and probably work on your drawing skills at least a little bit.
Yeah.
And some PAs just, they just have the knack for it, and they go to the more, the episode director routes. And if it's not really what they're feeling, then they'll probably go to the producer end. But in my experience, people who go from like the PA pipeline to episode director, I like working with those more than the episode directors who came from the animator background, actually. Because
I can see that.
The ones who come from an animator backgrounds, they're like, they have a tendency to be more like unwilling to be open to ideas They just, the problem is when you have the ability to draw everything yourself, you start to want to draw everything yourself.
Yeah.
Which it becomes a problem sometimes. Whereas people who start from PAs, you know, they may learn how to draw, but typically they're a lot more open to other people's drawings or interpretations. And, you know, they don't have the tendency to want to correct everything, which is a good thing because episode director is not supposed to be the guy who draws everything. That's not how it works. You need to, episode director is about like timing, dialogue, making sure everything flows properly, all of the cuts are consistent, and all of the props are in the right place, etc. And I feel like, in my experience, people who come from the PA background tend to be better at actual like episode director work than the animators.
I mean, I also
because the animator just laser focus on the drawings. Yeah,
I was gonna also say it also has to be like, because like if they're coming from a PA background, they've already spent, you know, a few years having to work with people no matter what. And obviously, like, I'm not saying animators don't have to work with people, but you know what I mean, like having to like compromise and work with other people's strengths and stuff.
Exactly. They're better people. They're excuse me. That's not what I meant to say. They're better people. How do I say this? They're better with people.
There you go.
They're better with people for sure. And because they have a more broad perspective of the production. Yeah. Because a PA needs to go around to every department. So they're working with everybody.
Exactly. Yeah.
An animator might not work. Animator might never see like the comp director or whatever. So it's different when you have that circle. You know how to work with everybody, and you know everything that happens at every stage. Mm-hmm. So that's why I have a preference towards them. And Shinohara is one of them. Shinohara came from a PA background. He didn't start as an animator. Oh. And that's one of the things that I think, that's one of the reasons why I think he's so open, and he's so like, he has a very broad perspective about how to handle everything all at once. Mm-hmm. It's probably one of the reasons why I like working with him.
This might be like I mean, obviously this is just like a personal preference, but I was going to ask you at some point if you have any personal preference towards directors who are kind of like a little more hands-off, like letting you kind of do more of your own thing, or if you are also like, if you're one of those kinds of people who enjoys having like a strict guideline to follow.
I'm good with either.
Okay.
Like, if you need me to do specific things, or if you need me to improvise more, I'm down to go either direction. I think both are fun in their own way. It just depends on, well, first of all, how you present like you gotta kind of make me buy into like what your philosophy is and what your idea is. But I would say that there are some directors who, you know, they want you to do a very specific thing for a good reason, and then there are others who don't have a very good reason for it. And if you don't have a good reason for it, then it's kind of harder for me to buy in or like really do like my job effectively.
Yeah.
Because it feels like, you know, at a certain point you're getting sabotaged.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So yeah, just like as long as it's reasonable.
Yeah. And ultimately it just comes down to the
clear, the
communicative ability and the ability to paint the picture in your mind for the whichever director in question.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to say like where this happened, but one time there was an episode director who, if you didn't draw it exactly the way they drew it in their storyboard, they would just redraw it. They would just redraw the whole. And not only does it absolutely bludgeon your schedule because they have to redraw everything, but it also, the episode just ends up worse.
Yeah.
Because you have no like personality. You have animators who are uninterested because you keep blowing their stuff up. it's yes, like it in the end it looks coherent and good, but like you basically wasted, like it could have been even better if you focused on being like an episode director and not an animator.
That's crazy to me. Just like the concept of like taking all of the drawings that maybe don't align exactly like one to one and redrawing it yourself. That sounds insane to me.
Some people are, yeah, some of them are just like that. They have like hyperfixation on what they want. So, I mean, can't help it. There's a lot of people like that in the industry.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Jordan, do you have any extra questions to ask?
Unfortunately, none of them could probably be answered. So.
Oh, this motherfucker, man.
You know me, I'm greedy, but.
No, I understand. I've been having.
Do you want to
like...
do your cut content?
Oh yeah. I've been like.
Shit, I don't forgot.
I've been like cycling through questions in my head, and I have to go like, well, Hamill probably doesn't know about that. It's not his fucking job. Or I'm like, well, I can't even ask him about that yet. So.
Yeah, I want you guys to get to your like cut content thing.
Yeah, we can do
I
that
don't
right
want
now.
to screw it up.
Alright, Jordan, you ready? You got your notes open, bro?
I do.
So, I mentioned last episode that, I mean, you can kind of see it visually too, but last episode, Amelia has the visible reaction to being called Amelia Chan.
Right.
In the novel, she also has like a dialogue note of it. It's not like a huge distinction. But in this episode, or also I forgot in last episode it was cut when Ram was like, Amelia was the first one to notice that something was off about you. And in this episode, or in this chapter I should say, Subaru asks Amelia, like, what tipped her off? And when he's saying that, he refers to her as Amelia Chan. And she's like, it's like right there, you're doing it. And he's like, I don't get it.
Oh, okay, I see. Oh, that's kind of clever. That's really clever. Okay.
In the novels, when Ram is accusing him of being Capella, in his mind he felt a powerful aversion to that idea, but it wasn't from him. And then he has a flashback of vague memories, not Natsuki Subaru's, but a fragment he had seen in the Book of the Dead. The countless terrible treatments she had undergone in the name of discipline. And remembering that terror directly, he's hit by an intense vertigo.
That's pretty cool too, actually.
Yeah.
That's actually really cool. I like that a lot, considering their minds are kind of melded with this Book of the Dead.
Yeah.
Okay. Got that.
When Subaru blacks out and wakes up, in the novel, the cage isn't broken. He's just outside of it. And the main distinguishing factor is that his shoulder is dislocated. So whatever took over his body dislocated his shoulder and then used that to get out of the cage.
Bro, what?
And so his arm is just kind of sitting there like limp as shit. And when Reed walks in, Subaru is like, Reed is like, why are you hanging out in a room like this? You're fucking creepy. You must be a real sicko. And then he notices Subaru's arm is dislocated, and he grabs him, violently twisting his arm and popping it back into its socket.
Yo, what is his problem, bro? He's such a... Okay. Reed pops it back. Exclamation mark.
Subaru screams out in pain, and Reed is like, don't be a fucking baby. I'm not bullying you. And he points out that the people that did this to him are probably, Amelia and Ram, considering the state of the room.
Unlucky, bro. That's crazy.
Subaru's like, well, where are you going? What are you doing? And Reed's like, well, I need food and water and booze and girls. And he says, quote unquote, I want the babe and the slutty chick.
Oh, you mean Amelia and Shaw?
Yeah. You pinned it instantly, bro.
A little too quick.
Yeah.
Wow, yo, Hammer, come on. No.
Interesting. Little peek into the psychology of Jordan, huh?
Man, I'm just anime only, I don't know nothing.
Subaru's like, wait, you're gonna leave? What about the exams? And then, just like the anime, Reed flicks him in the forehead, and he's like, dude, clean up your own fucking mess. It's got nothing to do with me, except for one thing. And Subaru's like, wait, what's that one thing? And so then Reed yells at him, and he's like, why are you always asking me questions? Try doing something unexpected instead of just asking for shit. Chatting with you ain't worth my time. You ain't even a girl who's easy on the eyes. Why do you keep talking to me?
What is this dude's problem, bro? Oh my god. There's no conversational skills.
The sequence with Reed, Subaru, and Julius is, I would say, shuffled pretty significantly. So when Subaru and Reed are standing at the top of the staircase, and Subaru sees Julius surrounded by all these witch beasts, Reed is like, well, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Like, one of your friends is surrounded by all these witch beasts, and you're just standing here. He's just, like, talking shit, like, the whole time, basically.
Yo, this dude is actually awful, bro. Okay, so instigator.
Reed,
Nice.
in the novels, jumps down the stairs pretty much immediately, rather than a lot of the stuff we get, because, like I said, it's reshuffled. So Reed will jump down instantly, and Julius is like, what are you doing here? And Reed is like, why do you guys only ask me questions? Do you guys do anything else?
Right.
He's like, there's more than that to life, ain't there? Like the trick to being popular with girls, or brands of good booze, or how are you so strong? And he says, the trick for being popular with women is looks. A good booze to try is a liquor called Granhirt. As for why I'm the strongest in the world, that's because I'm me.
I see.
That goes kind of hard.
Yeah, it's go kind of. There's a lot of cool lines in this episode, man. Wow. Okay. I'm him.
Julius is stunned, and he's like, wait, in a situation like this, shouldn't we be combining our strength? And Reed laughs at him. He says that guys who just do what they want are stronger and have more fun than guys who hold back. Besides, what's the problem if a few nasty burning horses start running around? No different than a little rain.
Okay, now that. Okay. Okay. A little rain. Reed.
Faced with a philosophy he couldn't understand, Julius looked baffled for a moment before an intense emotion filled his eyes. Reed chuckles, and he says, that look there, that ain't half bad. And then he basically rushes into him and kicks Julius into the stomach, and he sends him flying into the wall of the tower, which he hits the wall so hard, it shakes the tower itself.
Oh, that's... Okay, so he died on the spot, basically, what you're saying. Goodness
No, he's still alive.
Gracious. What?
He's still alive,
Yes.
and the centaurs try to take advantage of that. And Julius evades their attacks, and he tries to cast magic again, just like he did in episode, or he would have done in episode 6. He puts his hand out at the centaurs below him, but nothing happens.
Oh, I thought... Okay. I keep forgetting. The spirits don't rock with him right now.
And Reed is like, you're still not getting serious. And then he kills all the centaurs in 2 seconds. And he's like, in that case, there's nothing to get from playing with you. I'm out then. And he just starts to leave.
Okay. Okay, so Reed.
And Julius is like, you're going to abandon the tower in a situation like this? And he's like, just like I said, who would let a little rain stop them from going out to play? Besides, this place is just full of boring dipshits. The only one who could play with me was that one babe. You aren't even fit to entertain me.
Gosh damn, bro. My boy Julius needs to come back, bro. This is rough.
And Julius gets pissed off at that comment, but he hesitated to vent it, and he thinks, if I let this fury explode, I will lose the only chance I have of restraining Reed. And Reed notices that, and he's disappointed. And he tells him, there's no helping that nature, which makes him freeze. And the complex feelings in Julius's eyes were pitiful, like a child seeing the summit he'd set out for hidden by the clouds. That heartache was not something for others to see, which is when Subaru notices the centaur behind him, about to incinerate him, and he calls out to him.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. So in between that point and this point. Okay. Okay.
In the novels, there's a lot more distrust and accusations thrown when Subaru runs into Echidna. When they first bump into each other, Echidna points her finger at his head to prepare to fire G-Wald into his head and kill him.
Okay.
And when Subaru is like, it's over anyway, the tower's done for, Echidna is like, oh, so you've already set out what you achieved. And basically she accuses him that his goal was the witch in the shrine, and that he got what he wanted.
Oh, I forgot. Who's down there? What not Typhoon, the green-haired, oh my God, what's her name?
That's Pristella, bro.
I forgot. No. Yeah, I know Pristella. Yeah. I forgot, dude. I completely forgot.
This is where Satella is sealed, man.
Right. Okay. Right. I forgot, bro. There's so much going on. Like, what just remains? Okay. All right.
Even after Subaru's breakdown, Echidna makes it clear that she does not trust him. She says, "Cry and plead all you want. If you can't resolve any of my doubts, my answer won't change. I'm going to get Anna back, even if that means earning the hate or blame of whoever. I don't care. But I want to be able to look Anna in the eyes once she's back." And then she lowers her finger.
Okay. So that's how the bullet's avoided.
After they blow up, Subaru's basically thinking he let his guard down. Pathetic. So pathetic it makes me want to cry. Why do I have to endure so much adversity? Am I just incapable of growing? Can I not change? Adversity, hardships, trials, and tribulations, aren't those supposed to be opportunities the gods give for people to grow? Because if adversity only existed in order to pummel people, to make them bleed and break their bones, to crush their souls, and to steal their lives, then why did people have to suffer? And then he thinks of the last look on Beatrice's face, and it was a look of relief, of affection for Subaru. Nothing more than that. In her final moment, she wore an expression that was far too convenient for Subaru.
To pay. I go next. Well, just go next. Just go next. Just go next.
The Betty ones always fucking get you, bro.
Just go, man. Just go. Sigh.
Not really like a huge deal or anything, but when Amelia saved him from Satella or whatever, in the novels it reads as like a little bit more actiony. It's like the hands are like shooting out at her and like chasing her, and she's like bobbing and weaving between them and like cutting them away before she gets him.
Oh, that would have been hard. That would have been a cool little part. Okay.
And then another not significant cut is during his final crash out. He kind of tries to like push Amelia away. He tells her that they don't make any sense and that she thinks that he's a fake. That's why she locked him in an ice cage and tried to kill him. He was twisting reality, insultingly and unfairly berating Amelia so that she would never think again to try and take his hand.
Pushing away, the classic.
And those are the primary content cuts, outside of like narration and inner monologue and stuff, which I already showed you those 2 pages from the end of Volume 23.
Right. Yep.
Which are beast mode.
Dude, that fucking Beatrice one, bro. That's brutal. Oh, Lord,
fucking God, man.
Bro. I can't, bro. I hate that she got fucking blown up this week. Like, bro, like she's just getting the full package this season, bro. Sniped, blown up, like.
And yet,
well,
you forgive Elsa for stabbing her. Something to think about.
So. Yo.
Oh yeah.
I need you to get.
I'm gonna mention. I already told Jordan about this, but I'll mention it for the stream too. The very final line of Volume 23 is about how everything is ending and beginning anew, and it states that what is beginning is a battle to kill Natsuki Subaru and bring back Natsuki Subaru. Which I think really recontextualizes a lot of Episode 11's content.
Right. I do remember that. And this is why, and I guess to close up here, chat, again, I said this last week, I really hope that there is some form of meeting between the Subaru that we know and Nubru. I don't know what to expect in that meeting. I just hope that the two of them get to meet, and I kind of hope they become like one. You know what I mean? In a way, I don't. It'd be kind of sad if just like Nubru would have just disappear and just fade into whatever the hell. But if they can become one, I really look forward to Core 2. I don't know what to expect. I mean, I really don't. Like, I don't. There's just so much in this season. I genuinely look forward to seeing how they wrap all this up in 8 episodes, man. I mean, we've got the rest of the tower. Julius still needs to get his get back. We still need answers. Rem's still asleep. Gluttonies are apparently on the way, or I guess they're here, but kind of just, I don't know, sleeper agent farming until it's time to make a move.
Oh. Should we talk about the key visual?
Listen, so I know you hate it. I mean, listen. listen, I think it's a cool key visual. I mean, it's definitely definitely kind of tells me what I need to know. I definitely think that there is a pretty big.
Oh my god, they turned you blue.
No, they didn't.
They turned you blue at
Yo,
fucking the 4-hour
chat,
mark, bro.
What is your problem? I asked you guys to give me 1 week. We have company on this stream right now, and you turn me blue. This is unacceptable.
Oh,
This is
shit.
unacceptable, bruh. And I got 50 gifted, and y'all can't even leave me blue. Y'all can't give me shit in Atlanta. This is crazy. Oh my god. Whatever, man.
Oh, Jordan, I don't know if you clocked it, but like each time the tower is getting destroyed this season, like obviously Satella shows up and stuff, but if you look closely, like in the cracks, the silhouette of Schultz actually shows up as well.
Oh, you're not doing this. There's no way,
What do you
bro.
mean?
Yeah, you gotta look back on the episode, check it out.
Dude, no. Were you
What?
here last week? Dude, no.
It was just you and me last week.
No.
What are you talking about?
No. He must have been in chat, bro. Because last week chat was whooping my ass with these Schultz jokes, bro. I can't.
I was giving you a production fun fact.
No. I can't believe. Look at chat, bro. They're going ballistic, bro. I can't believe. I genuinely was so locked in. I'm like, wait, did I miss something narratively? And then bro just drops the show, bro. Dude, nah.
He's trying to help.
Nah.
He's trying to help immerse you in the content.
Just trying to help you understand the content better, bro.
Yeah, I think you're being a little disrespectful.
You're not. I hate all of you. Let's just go on the record. I hate all of you. Okay.
What?
This show, dude. I can't wait to get past the Valakia season so I can never hear about this kid ever again.
And here he goes with the Valakia season thing again, bro. Oh my goodness.
Dude, I know what's up next, man. I know what's up next. We will be there in season 5.
Did you not see Schultz in the memories that were coming back and forth at the end?
No, man.
Go
you
through
said
it frame
it was
by
only
frame.
New Brew's. You said it was only
Yeah,
New
when he
Brew's
met Schultz, dude.
New Brew did not meet Schultz, bro. What are you doing?
Oh my god.
Dude, I can't, bro. I can't.
That's
Bro.
actually
Hamil, I need a custom Yozakura impact frame, okay? No pressure.
Yeah, okay.
All right. I need it. I need it.
I don't think I'm doing any more impact frames.
Buddy, listen.
For this season.
Yeah, he's retired, man. He said earlier he's not even on the team anymore, bro. He quit after 6.
All right, now see when I see the Hamil Boru confirmation for the 30-second cut next season, I will be there, Hamil. I will be there. I will remember that. So you know. I know there's gonna be a big episode probably next season with Julius. They have to redeem this man. The fact that he's still fighting Reed in the key visual, they're probably going crazy. I know you're there, Hamil, okay? I just can't prove it yet. I can't prove it, but I know you're there. That's all I'm gonna say. I know it.
Yeah, I left the production, bro. I don't know what
he's already talking about it.
Like, I'm not doing this ReZero thing anymore, bro.
Yeah, you're at Toei now, right? You know, on that reboot, right?
Dude, it's gonna be awesome when someone like doesn't understand that's a joke and like they're gonna fucking start talking about how Hamil quit ReZero because of the working conditions or whatever. This could be like
that would be crazy. But honestly, if you didn't say anything, I'm glad you said something, because if you didn't say anything, that could genuinely happen.
Yeah, like that shit's gonna be like front page of Reddit on like the ReZero Reddit, like 3K upvotes, bro.
Dude, one time, sorry to like drag this on, but
no, it's fine.
Like one time, like years back, I did an event, not an event, but like a panel at Anime Boston with some animator friends. Oh, with Vincent was there as well.
Oh shit.
Me, Vincent, Curie Lou, and some other people. We just did a panel talking about like working in anime and like what it's like, stuff like that. It was a really fun event, but after the fact, we learned that somebody from Anime News Network was there, and they totally butchered sometimes we talked about, especially my friend Curie, she talked about like, you know, working on Chainsaw Man and, you know, how some of the production stuff, it was all in good fun. Everybody was having a laugh. But then the Anime News Network person, they just said it straight up at face value. This is what she said, like no context whatsoever. So all it looks like is like, oh, this person's complaining about the production system. It was a terrible situation, and then they get their headline from that.
Oh
So
shit.
like that reminded me of that thing. It was, man, like some people they'll really take something that you say and they'll just do what they want with it. It can be
it's
kind of
true.
scary sometimes.
It's true.
But that
I
was
mean,
yeah.
the aura monster image that we showed you at the start is like literally that.
Yeah, it's so wild, bro.
It's someone
It's
like
so
making
wild.
up like a whole thing that happened, and now it's like attached to your name, I guess, and like thousands of people believe it.
Yeah, it makes it even worse. Anime News Network, bro. Like, goodness gracious, man. That's really on the jumbotron somewhat.
Yeah, man, it was annoying because that was a really good experience. Everybody in the audience and us as well, the panelists, were just having like a really good time. But then that article just kind of like soiled the experience in my memory.
I understand.
That is
Rightfully
kinda crazy,
so.
Yeah.
I know Carrie was tilted.
All right.
I can imagine.
Yeah, Curie sent them an email too, like.
Oh shit.
But they just did the thing where it's like, oh yeah, we hear you, but like nothing has changed.
Okay.
It's like the
We hear
article
you.
still
Listening.
went up. It's like all the same.
Damn.
That's actually fucked up. Jordan, do you have any final notes for today?
I think this was a 10 out of 10 episode.
Fair enough.
Personally,
I agree.
For a lot of just deep,
Me too.
narratively sound and soulful reasons, I will take that 10, and that will be my probably the strongest episode this season, no doubt. I mean, narratively at least. Like, just I don't even know, man. I gotta sit back and think because there's a lot of just strong episodes, but this one is one for the books, no doubt. I mean, I do plan to make something for ReZero down the line this year. I don't know if I will do it now or if I do want to wait for Core 2 and go like all out in the fall for a big one, leading up to the big Anime 2026 video where I talk about everything all at once. But definitely a 10 out of 10 episode for me. I think it lived up to the hype. I think that the ReZero community needs to just hang on tight.
Is he
I
lagging or am
think
I
that a
lagging?
lot.
Oh god.
Oh, am I lagging? Oh,
I don't know
sorry.
which one of us it is.
Chat, me know I'm lagging. Chat, I apologize.
I
But I think that for a season that a lot of people are worried about, that may have some concerns as to how content makes it into the anime narratively, this season has been fantastic. Truly fantastic. And I sincerely mean that. I have enjoyed
Oh my god.
this first half. I would say I've enjoyed it more than season 3 for how much my expectations have been subverted and blown out of the water. There's a lot of things I have not expected. This season, I truly was not expecting a season to do more character groundwork and just all types of stuff going into looking at last season. So, am I like, okay, am I actually
It's
like
really
that? What's
funny.
going
It's
on?
really fucking funny,
Dude,
Sounded
don't
like
talk.
somebody put a chip in you and forced you to say all that positive
Yeah,
stuff.
dude, what the fuck?
Oh my god.
By the way, Hamil sounds
No.
just fine, so yeah, it's you, bro. You're fucking lagging, bro.
But what's happened? Oh, you know what? Okay, maybe this is time for me to go. Anyway, listen, chat. It has been a pleasure once again. Thank you for having me on. I will be back August, same time, same place for episode 1. We'll ride it out. We'll ride out the events
Episode 12.
that come for ReZero. Whatever, man. Episode 12. And please, all of you, be well out there. Don't do anything stupid in these next 2 months. And yeah, on that note, Hamil, man, it has been a pleasure once again. I look forward to seeing you in my Impact frame next season. All right, good luck.
Yeah,
Please,
I got you, man.
Take care of your hands, man. Take care of yourself. I know you. I know you people, you tough working folks, but take care of yourself, man. We will hopefully hear from you one more time next season, leading into the long wait for whenever season 5 will come. And at that point, chat, Asa, Hamil, I bid you all farewell.
Bye, Jordan.
Yeah.
Later,
Thank
folks.
you so much.
Yep.
Thanks
Thank
for
you, man.
thanks for
I do-
having me,
I-
and
I have- I
I'm
have
sorry
two
for doing
final-
it to you at the end there.
I have two final questions for you though, Hamill.
Yeah.
The first one is there chat has decided instead of like voting for an office item, they want you to add an office item for next stream. Is there anything that
So it can be
springs to
it can be
mind?
anything from like the anime.
I mean, it could be anything in general, dude. You could do whatever you want. We have a guy hanging from the ceiling up there, so.
Oh, that's right. Huh.
If you want to answer later, that's fine too. If you want some time to think on it, that's all right.
You know, maybe it's I mean, kind of a generic answer, but Amelia's tonfas. Her like baton-like weapons that she pulls out only a couple times,
I could see what I could do for that. Yeah, I could try that.
or any of her weapons.
It might be
like,
cool to
it doesn't
put up,
have to be the
like-
tonfa.
It might be cool to put up like the ice swords with all the other swords.
Yeah, the ice sword would be cool too. Since I've just been drawing Amelia so much,
Yeah.
I guess it would be fitting.
Yeah, you still tired of drawing her, or has the passion come back?
I mean, it's just
Sorry, that wasn't one of the
it's
questions.
second nature to me now.
that
I'm
was an
still
extra
drawing. I've been drawing her this week too. It's just nonstop.
I mean, it makes sense. That's the life you've been typecasted into because you said you like drawing Amelia weapons.
Yeah, I mean it's fun though.
My second real question is, do you have any parting statements for the stream?
Just well, thank you first of all you for having me again.
Of course, man.
Thanks for just like I just be saying like, yo, can I pull up? And you're just like, yeah, sure. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to like interact with you guys and like talk with fans to some extent, because obviously English speaking ReZero fans, it's kind of hard to.
Mhm.
It's a tight community. You don't really get a chance to interact with Japanese people from the staff at events or whatnot, on the rare occasion, besides like the rare occasion that like Sago gets invited to Anime Expo or something like that.
Mhm.
So yeah, just want to let you guys know that like even despite what any suit up at the top thinks, there are like outside non-Japanese fans are like quite important. There's some people who haven't picked up on that yet, but like
So I've heard.
it's a thing. Not gonna name any names, but like I
I've
appreciate
heard.
you. I appreciate like all of you guys, and yeah, I'm just glad that so many people like ReZero, including me.
Yeah, man. Just I hope you know that it goes both ways, man. We all love the work that not just you, but every one of us. I mean, some people say stupid shit online, but I also like to think that it comes from a place of love and passion, even though it's stupid shit. But we all do appreciate everything that you guys do for the anime, and I can't imagine some of the fucking Herculean tasks that you guys got going on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to put in the work when it's needed. It's fun, and making ReZero is it'll probably be one of the things that I always remember about, or one of the top things that I always have done in my career, no matter what happens from here on out. So
It was
yeah.
great talking with you, man. Are free to come back on Core 2 at any time. Always invited. Doors always open for Hamill, bro.
All right, yeah, let's talk again soon then.
Sounds good, man. Thanks for coming out.
All right, peace out.
Later, man. Bro. It only happened once, but it's okay. I'm not upset, I'm just disappointed. There's no need to be talking in chat about leaked stat for future episodes, okay? There's no need to be doing that. I saw it once. I was like, okay, dude. You don't gotta be doing that shit when we have fucking Hamil on the fucking stream, okay? It's always great when Hamil comes out, though, man. I'm definitely looking forward to having him on again in a couple months. Can't believe Hamil did a Schultz joke. I primed him for it before stream yesterday. I was like, I don't know if you've been watching. Are you aware of the Schultz thing? He was like, oh, I know. I got you. And I was like, fuck yeah, dude. Excellent. This stream is too long. Thanks everyone for coming out. Unfortunately, this is the end of the course. We'll be taking a 2-month break. I guess if you guys want more streams with just me, I suppose, you can follow me on Twitch. I'll try and be there more often. Definitely gonna be a different vibe than these streams, I'll tell you what. Thanks everyone for coming out. Make sure you're subscribed if you're not subscribed already. You can become a YouTube member. You get access to early videos. You get the badges. You get the funny emotes and shit like that. I have a members only video right now that actually comes out tomorrow. It's the moon video comes out tomorrow. Maybe I can also make a funny appeal, and maybe the more support you guys get, maybe I can have more reach and more staff will come on the stream, but probably not. Will Arcade Phase 4 come out within 2 months? Hopefully, man. Fuck. 6-7. You can join the Discord, talk about ReZero and stuff like that. Random bullshit, whatever, man. Thank you everyone for coming out. Good stream. See you all next core. 6-7.